Welcome to another SPbN production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Love will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida, but now spread to the world at large. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. But before we get to all of that, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media you see listed down below and join our community by following that Discord link. And if you like us, you really, really like us, go sign up for the Ko-fi, where for as low as $5 a month, you can get access to all of the behind-the-scenes featurettes, including the Rosebud Thorns for this very session, and much, much more, because rumor has it that there are a bunch of extras coming soon to the Ko-fi that aren't just the Rosebud Thorns, aren't just the basic run-of-the-mill stuff, but some new sneak peeks and releases to some cool stuff coming to our program. So go check that out. It really helps support this program, this channel, and this community, and we thank you very much for it. So please, please, please go do that. Now, of course, I could not tell this story alone because it'd be pretty probably tiresome to just look at my face as I'm just orating to you constantly, pretending to play like a dozen characters. Not like that doesn't happen in this game from time to time. But anyway, it would take a pretty incredible cast of characters to make this story possible. So why don't we go ahead and introduce the players now? Players, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please?
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ Champagne. What's up? Whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Wise, Violedox. That's it.
Hi, everybody. And nothing much, champ. Just chilling and killing. I am Nori, and I will be playing Jester Silvertongue, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
one, mic wasn't working. Two, I was reliving some of early childhood. But what? And Kent, I'm always here for your overall monologues and everything with all your NPCs. But to everyone else, I'm Preston. I play Jason Thorne, Theurge of the Bonar.
Howdy do, how are all of you? My name is Nick. I am going to be playing Izzie, aka Entwines Smiles with Claws, the Alrune Child of Gaia.
And to everybody watching at home, the way to get a proper WhatsApp out is to lean back from your mic, because for some reason it cut off both Champ and Preston as they attempted to do it. But that's fine. It's neither here nor there. Anyway, let's get everybody caught up as to where we are now. Last week, we saw Aspen have a conversation with Eliza about her decision to separate from Falcon and the Silver Fangs and what she's going to do next in terms of potentially finding another tribe or staying a Ronin and what the effects are that could come with that. But the importance of moving on, moving forward, and that being detached from what you knew, walking away from what you knew isn't always a bad thing, that there are potentials and possibilities. Yes, there are downsides, but there are also upsides. And who would know better than the stargazer herself, Eliza Ross? After that, we saw Izzie and Jester, along with Larry, go finally make some progress into these riots that have been plaguing the city when they caught the one who was partially responsible, seemingly, for these riots, the tribeless guru, Ricardo, who has been a pox upon this city. And now with him in captivity, hopefully they can get some answers as to what exactly the fuck is going on in Tampa with these riots. After that, we saw Jace meet with the brother, Tomas Varga, one of the new arrivals. And though he had some apprehension going into that meeting, not really wanting to share space or conversation with those he viewed partially responsible for the death of Charles, he actually learned that there might be a potential solution to Charles's inability to move on, inability to return to the Cairn. And Tomas informed him and educated him in ways that he could help hopefully reunite Charles's spirit and bring it back together so that once whole again, it would be able to pass on to the Cairn as a complete entity. But it would require a great deal of effort from himself and from the pack as a whole, because they would need to get all of the pieces of the spirit, because even if one piece was missing, it could lead to potentially drastic outcomes for Charles's spirit. After the break, we saw Jace and Aspen have a little bit of a catch up where Aspen thanked Jace for all of the good work he had done in her absence in leading the Sept. Jace then informed Aspen that she had a piece of Charles's spirit hanging off her face and that he could help her learn how to take care of that problem by coaxing her into talking to that piece of spirit and encouraging it to enter into one of the soul catchers he had been given by the brother. He also learned that it was necessary for anybody without the death sight to use this particular ointment he had been given that was made up of the ashes of a elder ghost council, and that by spreading it across the eyes, one would be able to see those wisps and shards and be able to speak to them directly. But without it, they would not be able to interact with the spirit, as the veil would be too thick for them to do so. But Aspen was successful in coaxing Charles's spirit into the spirit catcher, at least that shard, as she learned that it was her vision, her sight, that Charles admired about her and was one of the things that bound him to her in some sort of fashion. After that, we saw Jester have a bit of a heart-to-heart with Eliza, where she was able to finally talk about her grief in some small part. She had been bottling it up, containing it for a while, ever since her return. And now she was able to kind of finally let those walls down and truly feel, as Eliza was able to empathize with moving on after loss, having lost the love of her life, two loves of her life, in her partner and her child, in years previously. And she said that it isn't easy to move on. And in fact, that she wasn't able to move on. But if it wasn't for the work of some precocious youngsters, she'd probably still be lost to Hirano. After that, we saw Izzie go delving into the sewers to try and find the remains of the one he had killed. Unfortunately, he got more than he bargained for when he's found at least a dozen other bodies that seem to have been disposed of in the sewers. And while he was there, yet another body got dropped in. And while he wasn't able to find out who was responsible for that body, it became very, very clear that there is something afoul afoot in the city of Tampa, and that maybe the leeches aren't being as clean and tidy as they would present. And that brings its own host of problems and potentially its own host of restless spirits wandering the bowels of the city. And then, in our cliffhanger, both Jester and Jace received a message from Turtle as they were drifting off to sleep, saying that which has died when returned to the earth could be reborn again, which sends both Jester and Jace rushing to the cairn to get some sort of answers from Turtle as to what that ominous portent means. So that is where our story begins this evening. Jester, now you were staying at the cairn and have been ever since you returned, refusing to go home and face the life you once had and all of the memories that come with it, unless you absolutely have to. So when you receive this message, you go rushing to the stone in the center of the cairn, demanding an explanation, only to be told, patience, not until he gets here. So as you've paced around the stone, anxiously and with frustration, what's going through your mind?
So many different thoughts. Like, is this good? Is this bad? Like, what does this mean? I know that something is wrong with Charles's spirit, though nobody's really told me what. And it seems that Turtle has answers, but I have to wait, and I don't know how long I have to wait for who. I don't know, because Turtle is a fucking cryptic spirit. And so, a little annoyed, but waiting.
Well, fortunately, you don't have to wait for long, as even off in the distance, you can hear the roar of a motorcycle quickly peeling into the kind of roadside gravel parking lot that has been used for most vehicles of visitors to the cairn. Jace, what is going through your mind as you speed your way to the cairn and now are dismounting your bike and rushing through the woods to get to the center?
He is trying to figure out what it means by body return can come back. He's trying to process all of this. Even on his arrival, he threw on a pair of Toms. He's still wearing his basketball shorts and just a t-shirt, running through the woods, trying to understand what Turtle was saying. Is there more to the story that Varga didn't give Jace? Is there an aspect that maybe he overlooked with everything going on, and now it's too late, and Turtle is just trying to get him on the right track? The constant, what did he miss, going through his head.
Okay. So it's about 3:30-ish in the morning, probably more like 4:30-ish, considering if Jace was running the bar earlier in the evening, they had closed about 3. So around 4:30, dawn hasn't quite broken yet, but it's not too far on the horizon as Jason bursts into the clearing of the cairn, and you see Jester already posted up by the stone awaiting. The scene is yours.
Jace comes rushing up. heavy breathing as he comes over, puts a finger up. I need 10 seconds, if that's okay.
Okay, so it was you I'm waiting for. Good to know.
My bad. Cross town. I ran as fast as I've been trying to get better at running. I still have a lot of work to do.
Morning
Okay.
jogs help that.
You know, mornings aren't my thing.
Evening jogs. Closing the bar jogs.
I'll add them into my schedule at some point. What are you doing?
Turn back to Turtle. He's here. What did you mean?
The response comes slowly, agonizingly slow. What is only just a few brief moments feels like an endless eternity. Because with a message like that the body is just clay, and that once returned to the ground can be reborn, all your thoughts race to Charles. They race to potentially Aiden. They race to all of those who have been lost in this struggle, this endless struggle to save Gaia. And so when the voice comes, speaking in its usual slow, drawn out tones, you can feel that frustration want to rise in you. So I need both of you to make me composure and resolve checks. You are both at rage 2. Two successes from Jace. 3 successes from Jester. Okay. Jester, you are able to keep your rage at a 2. So any frustration you're feeling on top of the already burning fire inside of you is really just superficial in the grand scheme of it all. Jace, you are also to keep yourself at a 2, but I will say you are bordering on a 3, like really, really getting close to it. And any kind of provocation won't even allow you a roll. You will just get to rage 3 at this point. But that is when Turtle speaks.
Long has it been since I have had to face and understand death. Long did I sleep and dream of what was, is, and ever shall be. This place is special, and as I have come more and more attuned to it, have I understood what it is capable of.
There is the longest pause as he prepares his next words.
I can bring him back.
Jace will look towards Jester and then back at Turtle.
Jester
Bring him.
looks a bit shocked at the moment, trying to even comprehend what that means.
Turtle, you care to elaborate? Maybe think about the words first.
The body is a vessel made of earth. The spirit and the body, when reunited and infused with life, may return.
I, what will this take?
More than you may be willing to give. This body is broken, mangled and destroyed, despite the work that has been done to preserve it. For it to be capable of sustaining life once more, the materials must be given for the vessel to sustain the spirit again.
What materials?
Jace will reach into his pocket and pull out the small ring. Turtle, do you mean these?
Yes, and more. That contains the spirit, but it is the body that also must be repaired. It will take your strength, your agility, even your intelligence, or wit, or wisdom. To rebuild life is to make it anew. You must give a piece of yourself for the materials to craft life again.
Jace takes a few steps away, murmuring to himself, grabbing his head, scratching at it, trying to completely understand before coming back to Turtle. You're saying the cost, point towards Charles, is an actual part of us. There's aspects aside from, and if he holding the ring, his spirit, life for life.
Yes. The spirit may be repaired. It may join the other ancestors of the Caern. Or it could join the body once more. But only once more.
Turn to look to Jace. Tell me about the spirit. What's happening?
Whatever that bitch did to him up in Vermont broke more than his body. His spirit, it's fractured and it's been adhered to things, people that he resonates with. It went and attached itself, holding on the best it can to what it could. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, but Charles hasn't come back to this because he'll hold the ring. Pieces of him are scattered everywhere.
Jace, give me a wits and investigation or wisdom and occult.
We'll do wisdom and occult. That sounds fun. Rage still 2.
Mm-hmm. Unless you think it was pissing him off that he was taking so long to get to the point.
He was getting there, but I think we're all right.
Okay.
That's a 5.
As you're looking over Jester, even in the darkness of night, around one of her wrists, you can see just underneath her sleeve, although I don't know if you're wearing sleeves, Jester, but around her wrist, you can see one of the wisps coalescing, but also from her chest, more specifically closer to the left side of her chest. 2 separate shards.
He'll look to her wrist and then to her chest and then reach into his pocket and pull out one of the vials that he's separated. And then he'll take a little bit, put it onto his finger. I'm going to need to put this on your eyes.
Okay.
As he will smear it across the left and then the right eye.
Like charcoal being swiped across your eyes, it stings a little bit at first because it's just got that brittle, kind of chalky feel to it. But then, Jester, as you open your eyes once more, the world doesn't seem changed, doesn't seem all that different. But then you look to the body, and where the toes would be, you see this little, almost smoky wisp clung to the feet. As you look down at yourself, almost immediately you're confronted by this large, smoky wisp clinging to your chest. And then following Jace's eyes to your wrist, another one clinging to the bracelet, the silver-infused bracelet that belonged to Charles and now belongs to you.
Each part of Charles, he'll point towards the wrist and then to the one on her chest. It's something that resonates with him, something that he attached himself to. Every one of these is going to react differently, and he'll pull out a spare ring.
I'll take the ring. Tell me what I need to do.
You need to communicate with the wisp. Every part of the wisp is Charles. So just react how it would be if it were Charles. Just talk to him. I know it's a weird thing to ask. You just try to commune with him.
Jester, you think back to when you were with Eliza. You think back to the moment you heard that voice. And now, with a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of extra foresight, kind of puts a piece together in your mind. He was never completely gone. Just only pieces of him remained with you. But one of those pieces was strong enough, at least briefly, to pierce the veil and find its way to you.
I'll clutch the ring in my hand and push it to my chest. I miss you. I'm trying to be strong like you want me to, but it's so hard.
Seeming to come from the bracelet first, you hear that voice that has been tearing at your nightmares. That voice that you've longed for and missed and only got an almost teasing sample of that night.
When I gave you this, I made you a promise. I am Charles's oath. A promise to be yours for as long as I could and beyond. For as long as you would have me. Do you still have me?
Always.
Give me a charisma and persuasion.
Five with a crit.
As you say that, holding the ring, you see the wisp depart, the bracelet coiling around your hand before dissipating into the ring itself, which becomes ice cold momentarily as the spirit enters into it. But the one on your chest remains.
I don't just want your oath. I want all of you. You need to come back.
I am Charles's passion. His love. His desire. Long have we been connected, physically, emotionally, spiritually. Would you continue to love that which has no body?
Yes. But if you could have a body, I'll look to Turtle and look to him. I would sacrifice for it.
That twinge of pain, even though you've been told maybe it's possible for him to be reunited with his body. It's possible for the soul to be bound. There are a lot of steps before that, and a lot of unlikely scenarios, because unless all the pieces are reunited, you won't get him back. You'll get a piece of him back, maybe, assuming it works at all. You still don't even know all of the details of what needs to be given here. Specifics haven't been named. But despite that twinge, I need you to make a resolve and persuasion check.
As I'm making this check, I'll continue also to say, we soar to trees and beyond. I need you whole at the very least, so that when I come back to this cairn, you will be there. I'm spinning a willpower. I got 4 successes.
Your heart, your chest has felt cold, has felt empty for days, maybe even weeks at this point. But as you speak all these words, as you call upon this entity, this piece of Charles, whatever it is, you feel a warmth spread over your chest, your arms, your shoulders. You feel your heart start to pound in a way that isn't fear, but has that exhilarating quality. That quality that can only be obtained by looking upon someone that you care so deeply for, that you find endless desire in. So as it hammers against the ribs that contain it, the wisp almost flares up before detaching itself and going into the ring. Again, growing even colder still in your hand.
Look to Jace and the body. There's one there.
Yeah, and he'll can't correct me. The things that happened in with like Delphine, that's currently up to date, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Jace will pull out his phone with the picture they took of the map. He'll walk up to Jester. And he'll point to all the different places. This is the locations of Charles. So it's not just here. Aspen had some. I had one. You had 2. Delphine was able to remove 1. But they're not just local.
Look down at the map, kind of moving it and magnifying different parts. I think I know some of these. It's a lot, Jace.
I know. Like I said, your man is a very stubborn one, and even in death, he would have his soul go in and be attached to 100 different places before having someone attack him from behind. I do need your help with this.
Anything?
I need to know about these places. I need to know what they mean, what they signify. And you know him better than anyone.
Well, point to the one in Connecticut. That's probably his parents' grave. He took me there once during Christmas.
Okay.
I'll point to another one. Looks like it's in Arizona. I think this is where he had his rite of passage. He told me about it once. He had to take control of a falling sept, like assume leadership for a while, and like handle a bunch of internal disputes. Pretty much like he said, the real test was that he had to find a guru to a point that would reconcile rival pacts and stabilize the sept.
Okay. Parents, sept that needed to be controlled. Okay.
And I'll point to Oregon. I know the pack he had before he came to Tampa was here. I think they were called the Painted Hills pack. I think if this is the forest, they like handled some Fomori and Banes and that were in this logging operation, and he was able to find a dormant cairn that he alone protected until the rest of his pack was able to bring in the local sept. Some of these others I don't know though. Oh, she'll point to Nevada. This one, he outed a corrupt master of challenges who was rigging contests. Like he went in and did the trial, and the trial was rigged, but he managed to actually complete it, and then handled the master for corruption.
Of course he did.
But some of these others, maybe Izzie will know.
I need to talk to everyone about this. I would like your look at her blessing in a way. I want to retrieve all of these. I need to get to them quickly though. The faster I can get them, the sooner that we can get this to whatever this is. But anything I miss, anything that I can't get or we can't get here, ends up deep in the Shadowlands. And he deserves to come back. I don't know. You'll look towards Turtle, the ins and outs of all of this, and I don't understand what exactly is being done here. But I promise I'm going to make it happen. You'll look back towards Jester.
Bring him back.
We'll get him back.
I'll turn to Turtle. What do we need to do? After we've gathered his spirit, what do we need to do?
Reunite it. Repair it. Bind it. So that it may be whole again. But to return it to the body. For the body to be repaired. Like a seed, it must be planted in the ground again. And it must be watered with life. 10 pieces of life will be enough for the plants to grow once more.
So either 10 people need to give something of themselves, or someone needs to give more.
What it sounds like.
But there is something you should know. There are gifts I cannot give. Should you plant the seed and water the ground, life will grow. But it will be without Gaia's gift. For that is a gift I cannot give.
Is there a way we can have that happen? And what else do we need to do?
Only Gaia herself can bestow that gift again.
He's not really taking phone calls right now. Can I do another composure and resolve?
Yeah, you can.
Four.
You're good. You're keeping it in check.
Jace is visibly frustrated with the fact that he will not be the same. That even after being brought back, that part of Charles will not be there. And he's holding it in, biting his lip most best he can, shoving his hands in his pocket, fidgeting with his fingernails.
I'll step up beside Jace and rest a hand on his shoulder. It's okay. He actually always wanted to be human.
Yeah, we've talked at length about that, but Jester, nothing against you, nothing against Izzie. But from the fight that you guys talked about, we need a warrior like that.
We'll look to the woods. We have one. And it's not like him staying dead is going to make it any better.
Make a good point.
If you call and one does not answer, if you summon and one does not come, What can you do?
Ask me to leave
Are-
a message.
Are you suggesting we go see Gaia? Is that even possible? What am I talking about? We're literally talking about bringing somebody back from the dead. Of course, the impossible is just possible here.
Jace with a very perplexed look on it, looking at Jester. And sure, impossible. How do you propose we do that?
You must go to one of the deepest regions of the Umbra. The place spirits go to be reborn and remade. You must journey to the wilds. It will not be easy. It will not be safe. And there is no guarantee that she is there. But it is the best place to look.
Why don't we, for now, focus on getting his spirit back and bringing him back?
With a upset, frustrated look while he's looking at the ground, he'll smile as he comes back and meets Jester. Yeah. Let's cross the bridges as we come to them.
I'm going to go ahead.
You do not have to do this. You could just let his spirit rest.
Not knowing what we know now.
Then you must remove the shard, and the seed must be planted.
I'm going to kneel by the body and like touch the leg that the wisp is on. Hey, talk to me.
I am Charles's destiny. The path he has walked his entire life. Unfinished, unfulfilled, incomplete. Would you see me take the crown?
I would have stood beside you with every choice you made, and I still will.
But what about the others? For a king needs a nation.
I think we would have worked together. And I think they would have, yes.
Jester, give me a charisma and leadership. I'll tell you what, I can make it leadership or politics.
Okay, that's better. Ugh, I'm gonna spend another willpower. Okay, 3 successes.
I believe you would follow. I know you would. That was never in doubt. But I'm not convinced the others would. So
Then I
here
would-
I will remain until such time as that can be proven.
Could you not trust that I would convince them to follow you?
You can say the words, and perhaps even convince their minds to follow.
I don't just change minds, Charles. I changed hearts. I changed your heart. I changed Aspen's heart.
Without a nation, there can be no king.
I'll look to Jace. Would you have followed him?
Kicking and screaming. But yes. I bow to no one. But if I was going to, members in this pack are the closest I would get. But I would not bow to him. But I would follow him literally anywhere.
Bury me with the body, and when the time comes, I may be the last piece you receive. Because destiny cannot be detached from what it belongs to.
I'll look to Turtle. If we bury the body, will this look to between Turtle and Jace Reaper thing that's coming for the other pieces? Will it get his while we're trying to retrieve all the other pieces?
This is a very special place. A place that stands in defiance of death. No, it cannot be reached.
Okay. I'll look to the wispy piece of the feet. Even in pieces, you're still fucking stubborn.
That he is.
Stand up. Fine. We wait for that piece.
At this point, the ground almost seems to open up. The earth wrapping slowly around the body, taking it in almost like a gentle, loving embrace before pulling it into the ground at the foot of the rock. Turtle says,
I will keep him safe, as I do all who are brought into my care. But if you wish more than that, I will need the materials.
How do we give these materials?
Gather them first. Then you will know.
Okay. Still cryptic as ever, I see.
Always. You okay with this?
Yeah. As far as I know, Turtle's isn't the type to do weird dark magic to bring him back, so he's probably not going to be something dark and unnatural. I
No.
would give up a lot to have him back.
Even with all the pieces, even with all the materials, he still must choose to return.
Then we just got to provide the opportunity for him to choose.
I'm sure if we lay down the path, he'll walk it. Especially if you're there.
I hope so. I'll lay my hand on Turtle Shell, the rock. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. The work is still not done.
No, but you told us of this opportunity.
Words are free. Actions carry cost.
But words give hope.
They do.
so, with this new information, what's going through your minds now? Jace, we're going to start with you and then Jester.
Jace is thinking about the road ahead. It was already complicated trying to get the wisps, the soul fragments of Charles. Now, with the prospect of bringing him back fully and what everything entails with that, the sacrifices that are going to be adjacent with this, and how many things are they going to have to give up? As he starts thinking about it, he then remembers the fond times he's had with Charles. Not at first, but as history became closer to the present, they got along quite well. And they had a lot of fond moments, and he learned a lot from him. And there's still a lot of teachings that Charles can provide. And Charles himself is a symbol of Guru, even if he can't be given back his Gaian gift. The fact that Gaia, the Croatan turtle, is able to bring someone back from this would be a huge asset for this new nation.
Jester.
The past few weeks, ever since watching him die, I've been half empty, marching towards what I thought was an inevitable end. And maybe that end's still inevitable. I know who stands at that end. But maybe I won't be half empty anymore. And for the moment, there is a bigger spark of hope that I was losing.
So, along with this new information, undoubtedly a call is put into the members of the pack. Because this isn't news you just sit on, especially when you have a micromanaging control freak leader who wants to be informed of everything. So we transition now to about an hour, maybe 90 minutes later, as the rest of the members of the pack gather at the cairn, having been called forward quite urgently with news. Aspen and Izzie, you both received very almost panicked phone calls. If you didn't answer on the first ring for whatever reason, they kept calling. And with little hesitation or doubt, once you finally are awoken by the call, you're told to come to the cairn as soon as possible. So, I'd like to know what both of you are thinking, receiving this call, being pulled from sleep, Aspen having to put in a little bit of extra work because she has to drag Artie out of bed. And he's still not even entirely awake when he finally arrives. But what's going through your minds? Aspen, we'll start with you, then Izzie.
Aspen initially is a little frustrated because in these recent days, sleep has not been something that comes to her easy, and not because she can't sleep, it's because she has so much to do that finding time to sleep is few and far between. But she gets up, and obviously it has to be something important and really dire to call at this time. So knowing this sept and the things that happen, there's a 80% chance it's bad news. So she's preparing for bad news. As she gets up, she warms up coffee real quick, puts it in a thermos, helps Artie, get whatever. She gets some snacks, and hops into Regina. And her brain is just kind of reeling through all the possible bad things that could be happening. And the worst of it is the Black Spiral dancers. So that's at the forefront of what did they do? What's going on? Oh, God. And trying to get there as quickly as possible.
Fortunately, Regina is the most authentic self-driving car there possibly can be, because while Artie is sitting behind the driver's seat, he's just kind of drowsily nodding off every now and then, being that he no longer takes caffeine at all. But the car takes you safely to where you need to go. Now, Izzie, what is going through your mind?
Given the, dead of night phone call, he rolls himself off the pillow, just sort of that smattering of heat on one side, picking up the phone maybe on like the third or fourth ring, as he still, even though he has returned mostly to the apartment, is still very much in the threats are abounding mode. And it's like 2 questions deep before he hangs up, stumbles out of bed, and with creaked eyes just begins like fumbling for his various items, get himself dressed, and at that point he's out the door. I don't know if buses run this
So
late.
I would say it's more likely that Regina, Aspen,
Okay.
and Artie would come pick you up, knowing your limitations as far as transportation and the fact that you're located not that far from where they are.
Okay.
So that actually gives us an opportunity for a few moments of just the two of you before you actually arrive at the Cairn proper. So if there's anything you would exchange words about, the time is yours.
I think
Aspen.
Izzie. I think Izzie, as he lobs into, I assume, the back seat, he will, still very much tired, go, okay, do you know what's going on?
No, I was hoping you did. Did they say anything about what they needed to talk about? I didn't get a whole lot from.
I asked him, are we under attack? They said, no, we just need you. I said, okay, where? The Cairn. Okay. And that was it. So you have any idea?
None. I'm assuming it's not the greatest, but if it's not an attack, that's at least something. We should really start a green, yellow, red of emergency, so we know kind of what we're getting into at any point. Just a quick text for that. That might be smart.
An apocalypse meter?
Pretty much. At this point, I think it's necessary.
I look forward to your 4-point plan on exactly what that will take to implement.
We'll talk about it. I'm sure I'll come up with something.
Hey, so as you complete the journey, which with all of the possibilities, with all of the unknowns hanging over this, feels a lot longer than it should be. Despite the low traffic, it being in the early hours of the morning, probably about 5 a.m., nearing dawn, you arrive at the cairn. You can see Jace's motorcycle in the small hidden pathway you've created for the storing of vehicles off the side of the road. You all bound out of the car. Izzie and Aspen probably taking off at a full sprint. Artie lagging behind as he is still trying to wake up as best as he possibly can. But eventually you breach the edge of the cairn. Immediately, I'd like both of you to roll me a wits and awareness check.
What are our rages?
I'm going to say a 1. Being roused from sleep, even in an emergent state, probably you're not quite fired up yet. It's more anxiety. It's more like nerves and stuff like that. But without all the information, without time to let it stew, you're probably still hanging pretty low.
4.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, what was the roll again?
Wits and awareness.
1.
Okay. Izzie, all you can see is the burning bonfire. You can see the gathering of individuals. You see Eliza, and Jester, and Jace. And I'll even say Larry has arrived at this point as he's probably a little bit closer to the cairn than you both are, considering your location. But Aspen, you notice immediately Charles's body is missing.
She'll, even quicker than she already was going, over the crackles of the fire. Where's Charles?
Jester's currently sitting at the table playing with the catcher ring in her hand. She'll look up. Safe. In the ground. It's actually why we called you guys. Turtle had a revelation of another impossible thing or two.
At that point, Aspen slows down and just kind of slumps into a chair, like letting some air out of relaxation, but oh God, here we go. And just kind of sits. Okay. Please continue.
I'll look to Jace. Look back. So
I don't know how to put it either.
Look, fine. Just gonna put it out there. Turtle said he can resurrect Charles. We can resurrect Charles.
Like, as in fully to a body.
Not fully. He wouldn't
Well,
be.
there's that aspect.
He wouldn't be Guru. He'd be human. But he also said,
Hold on. Just so I'm clear. You wake us up to tell us, I assume, a metaphorical thing. He will be resurrected in the way that songs often recall great Garu heroes. Is that what we're dealing with right now?
no.
Only
Because
with
I'm
that
very
easy.
sleepy and I do not want to make harsh words to you.
No, not metaphorical. It actually brought back to life. He said it would take, he called them materials, but we have to gather the pieces of his soul, look to Jace, that were shredded. And we're going to have to, well, people willing to go through this are going to have to give something of themselves. We need 10 pieces. It could be our strength or our intelligence or our wisdom, maybe our health. But I don't know. He said that we'd have to gather the pieces of his soul first before it's revealed how we give these pieces of ourselves or what needs to be done next. I know Jace knows more about that.
I think Izzie cuts across this explanation and just stares at Jason before asking point blank, so how similar is this to a certain Namer excursion?
I can see the parallels that you're drawing there, but this is going to be a little different. You'll pull out one of the extra rings and you'll flick it over to Izzie. You're going to need that.
Jester, did you remove the ashes from your eyes?
I haven't.
Okay, then I need both you and Jace to give me a wits and awareness. I guess is fine at this point. Jace, let's make yours wisdom and awareness just because you don't have the augmenting. This is really just calling upon your own ability.
Okay.
I got 3.
Another 5.
Okay, as the ring falls short and Izzie goes to like put a hand on it, just keep it from rolling off the table, off of his knuckles are several is one wisp that's kind of spread out amongst the knuckles.
Well, Izzie, you'll look to all that are sitting. I had a conversation with Brother Varga. He told me that Charles's spirit, his soul, has been ripped, fragmented, stripped away. It has gone and attached itself to people, places that resonate with him, that are parts of him. We've already retrieved some of these pieces. Within these pieces are Charles, and they are able to be communed with. And those that they are attached to will need to find a way to make them import towards the ring. He flicked towards Izzie to enter the ring so we can attach all the pieces of Charles back together as far as the spiritual aspect of things go. And then he'll have the small vial and he'll walk over towards Izzie and then he'll put it down, take the top off, dip his finger in. This is going to be uncomfortable. And he'll wipe it across his eyes.
Ah,
While he's doing this, I'm looking at Larry, Artie, and Eliza, and Stakes is here too, right?
Stakes is there too, yes.
Or is that the only 4 that are here
Yes.
at the moment? Okay. I'm looking at all of them, also searching to see if there are any wisps.
Artie and Eliza and Larry are not bearing any wisps. But Stakes, strangely enough, is. You can see almost like a dragon's breath coming out of her nose every time she exhales. You can see the wisps kind of flare out.
Okay. I'll look back to Jason, Izzie.
He'll, as he finishes wiping it across, he'll have Izzie like almost like guiding his eyes to his knuckles.
do I see?
You see? No roll necessary, as you've got the augmenting features and it's attached to you, so it's pretty hard to miss.
As the ash is generously applied, without any forewarning, though I think Izzie is kind of used to this surprise from Theurges in his life. And yet as the pain subsides and the umbral energies become manifest, he sees the wisps in between the ring still in his hand, and he turns it over and just gets as close of a look as he can without just bopping his own eye, and twitches and watches the tendrils dance a bit, and he goes, so, okay. We know Charles didn't come back because he died, and he didn't go the afterlife because the black spiral dancers who killed him shattered his soul, and now they're here. Yeah.
Not just here.
Yeah.
Where else?
He'll pull out his phone, and then at that point, he'll slide it towards Aspen. On there are the locations of every piece of Charles. And they're not just here. They've been spread out pretty far. All the way even towards Arizona, heading back up north.
Okay.
I've talked to Jester about this, but Aspen, when we last talked, I told you I wanted to make this a focus. I want to go get those pieces. I'm going to go get the pieces and bring them back.
There are storyteller. There are a few kind of up in the area of Vermont. Okay.
Yep. Definitely the Connecticut one for sure is very close because it's on the border of Connecticut and Vermont.
Jace, this is really dangerous.
I know. But who better to go up there, sneak around, be unseen? I don't have a problem sleeping on the side of the road. Little dives are fine by me.
You can't go by yourself.
Why?
And all the time you've been here, you really think I would just let you go alone? Into that? After everything you've heard?
It wouldn't be
It
bad
is
to have some.
easier.
Go ahead.
It's easier to slip into these places without someone following behind, without a extra body to do something. Now I get the extra pair of eyes, the extra fist if things go wrong, but having more people involved in that can also cause those X factors to happen as well.
Unless the person is good at you as of hiding.
You're not going by yourself. Listen, I appreciate your determination and you wanting to get this done, but you're not going by yourself. It is suicide, and we won't know what happens to you. We won't. So we have to send somebody else, at least one other person.
All right, who can you let go at this time? We have 1,000 dangers going on right here. Who are you able to let go of in addition to?
Well, if we're going to be trading sass back and forth, we can't afford for anyone to go, right? And she kind of smirks, but stays pretty serious. Looks over to
have a point.
Jester. Someone who can do what you do. Someone who can stay under the radar. Someone who can keep up with you. Maybe even outpace you. And she'll look over to Stakes.
Yeah. All right. Besides, it looks like she stands up on her tippy toes to look over your shoulder, to look at the phone. Then looks over at Jace. That's not all cities, city boy.
He'll look at Stakes and then look to Aspen. You're not going to just let this go. So I
If it
concede
helps, you're doing a favor for me because I have been grinding my teeth every single day wanting to go after those Fenris fucks, and I am trying to be good. So call it a favor for me if you have to. Not that I need it.
I've been meaning to get to know you better. What better than a road trip?
Hope you like sleeping in the forest. I'm not sleeping in any of those dives or roadsides you talked about. What do I look like?
You can sleep outside of those places. You'll be just fine.
So can you. And if we're going unnoticed, we gotta stay away from people.
Fine.
You'll really get to know me then.
Goody for me. And you'll look towards Artie. If something were to go wrong, these additional factors, how quickly can you get IDs and stuff made if we get into a bit of a hiccup?
He rubs his eyes. If you don't think I haven't had fake IDs made for all of you for a while now, I'll send some with you already.
Okay.
I can attest. Izzie will pull out his driver's license.
I have two.
Well, what the fuck?
You never asked. But I
Well,
have
I
them
guess
anyway.
you got me a license for a bar, so I guess I got that. So
Making IDs easy. A liquor license, that's an entire different thing.
Aspen, are you okay with this? Because you know what's gonna happen regardless, but knowing that you're okay would make me feel better.
You want me to lie to you?
Hasn't stopped you in the past.
I'm totally okay with this, Jace.
Good.
To be frank, I'm not okay with it. But I think he deserves to come back. And if there's a way we can make that happen, I know I can trust you, turns to Stakes, and you to come back.
We'll hop back and forth between the Umbra whenever the Umbra's clear. Should make travel a little bit quicker. Looks like we have a whole lot of ground to cover. Guessing about half a moon turn.
Okay. And she kind of like rubs her head. Can we circle back on how this is even possible?
Turtle says he has the power to do it. He's able to grant the gift of life because he's, from what he said, this is why Charles' body is in the earth, is what is in the earth he can give power to be reborn. But he can't grant the gifts that Gaia granted, thus being Guru.
Is something he can just do now?
Well, Eliza says, not necessarily. For something like this to take place, it would take a great deal of effort and even sacrifice from the spirit itself. Now, not a lot is known about what Turtle was capable of. He's been gone a very, very long time, and most of his knowledge went with him. Even those who told his stories went with him most of the time. So I would not jump to the conclusion that he can just bring back the dead willy-nilly. But if destiny is involved, if there are other factors to consider, then yes, the impossible can be made possible. I think you all know you've proven that more than once. So they're not entirely wrong. It's never anything I'd considered, but they're also right about the gift. Only Gaia can make a Guru. There are those who can steal it, but that is a great disparaging thing to Gaia and to the Guru involved. But he would be alive again.
I mean, I don't think many people know this outside. Possibly the Hellhounds. I don't even know if they know. Forge died and Fenris brought him back. It was part of Juniper's sacrifice. It wasn't, from what I understand, he wasn't dead very long like this, so it's different, but it's happened, sort of.
Would one of us have to die for that?
Doesn't seem like it. It seems like, I guess if all of us gave up little pieces, none of us would have to die, but I guess if somebody gave everything, they would die and take it. But I think if we looked at Aspen, shared the burden, it would be possible. I'll look to Jace and then sigh. He also said it was possible to go visit Gaia and ask her to gift Charles again. But we would have to go into the spirit wilds to do it. And there wasn't a guarantee that we would find her. I figured we could table that and focus on this for now. Honestly, I don't even know if Charles would want to be Guru again.
I'm sorry, Larry says. I'm still catching up. Are we talking about some sort of like Guru Jesus thing happening?
I think so. I think we are. Charles was supposed to be a child of destiny, and he died. Not a lot of destiny to be had, so...
Seriously, I just got used to the claws and the teeth and the fur and the needing to buy clothing, stretchy clothing. What
I want to know, yeah, Larry, trust me, there's a lot of stuff that even after many years, it just sort of rolls off you. What I want to know is, go and see Gaia? You can do that? Like, Garu can do that. I thought the whole thing was that she was dying, or we are but single cells to her. What do you mean we can go chat with her?
You can't.
Why haven't Garu chatted with her?
You're not able to just like go and do that. That's one of the things that's annoying to Guru in the general, especially a Theurge. If I could just talk to Gaia about the different shit going on spiritually, that would be beneficial. But she doesn't just convene that way.
Well, Eliza draws out. Gaia has spoken to me before. It was many, many years ago, and it wasn't exactly a back and forth conversation, but she would occasionally send me signs and messages. Gaia isn't something to be sought out. She is something you can go looking for her, and perhaps that desire alone will be enough to get her attention. But she's going to let you in more than you're just going to find her.
Like I said, he did say, one, it's not like we can go visit her willy-nilly, like go visit an umbral place and that's her house. We're going to have to go to the spirit wilds, the place where when spirits die, they go to be reborn.
And that is very deep in the Umbra. We're talking deep Umbra, she says, looking to Jace. Beyond where most of our kind have ever tread.
Yep.
Turtle said it would be very dangerous to even go, and there wasn't a guarantee we would be able to talk to her, like Eliza said. I think that's for her to choose, but I'm willing to try.
Also considering the fewer and fewer Guru being born, being made, she is likely quite weakened. I refuse to believe that these are her death rattles or gasps, but she is going to be quite weak, so it would make sense that a journey of such magnitude would at least make it easier for her to invite you. But this would require a offering more than any other you've ever made. This is not a Jagling or a Gaffling, even an Incarna. This is her that we're talking about.
Aspen looks down at the table and looks back up. I don't want to be the one to say the terrible thing out loud, but do we have the time? Do we have the ability, if we're already getting rid of pieces of ourselves, to bring him back? I'm not saying we don't bring him back. I just to go into a deep, dangerous situation when we are at the heels of war? Can we do that? That's got to be a legitimate thing we think about.
It's the alternative.
Let him decide.
At this point, Eliza digs in her satchel and pulls out several stones. And she puts a very round, almost cylindrical looking orb in the center. And then she puts a stone a little bit further away from it, and a little bit further away from it, a little bit further away from it. I always told you that time works differently, Umbra. There are some potential consistencies. You consider that this is here, this is our plane of existence. The Umbra is like layers peeled back around that center. They're impressions, echoing impressions, going further and further out. But as this orb turns, as time as we understand it here moves, the further away you get, the slower it's going to go. The only risk you're posing is the journey from one point to the next. That's what's going to potentially take the most time. But being there, years could pass, and it would only be hours here.
Okay.
That's why it takes them so long to reform the spirits, because one of it is the journey back, but it's primarily that they are going through long periods of time in the wilds that don't seem so long here. And it's still a long time for them to return here.
Makes sense. Okay. Okay, that makes things a little bit better. And to give some context, I want Charles to have whatever Charles wants. If we can, when, I will hopefully say when he can come back, if he wants to be back to his fullest extent, I want to do everything I can for that. Absolutely. But I also think these things are questions we have to ask, because if Charles was here, he'd be the first one to ask them.
I agree that we should ask those questions, but we've been given two things that we thought were impossible, now been told that they're very possible. I'm still a bit reeling, and I feel like this whole conversation would be moot if he decides not to do it. But I understand exactly what you're saying, and I do think it's a conversation we do need to have. But maybe we focus on getting his soul back and trying to bring him back first, and then we consider and we see where we are at after that and talk to him and bring this conversation back up.
If I may. And I'm there with you, Jester. But my question is, why did Turtle reveal this now?
Eliza smiles a little bit. Why not now? On the cusp of our most dire moments, destiny doesn't have a schedule. It reveals itself as it chooses, when it chooses, where it chooses. And if you thought he was a slow talker, he's even slower to remember.
Oh no. He said that he's been taking time, or it's taken time for him to remember things, to get acclimated to the Caern and realize the power that he and the Caern have together, to realize this was possible.
I see. my own incredulity aside, what's our first step? Is it accumulating these?
That's step
Yes.
one.
Hey, how do I take them? Ideally with my hand still attached.
It's not easy to explain this. He'll look towards Eliza. Does it get easier with more experience talking to people about spiritual stuff down the road about that? Or do you just kind of jump into it and they just got to expect it's going to be kind of obscure?
I've found it to be trial and error. Your speech refines itself the more you practice, the more opportunities you're given to explain. But truthfully, we'll never even fully understand all of it. We'll never be able to comprehend every piece of it. But in an instance like this, we're talking about something that is a little bit more obscure, a little bit more strange. So, fumbling through it makes sense. This is unheard of territory we're walking. This is unknown and unspoken of. Miracles have happened in Guru history, of course, but nothing like this at all. One of the inescapable elements of being Guru is death, and what we're talking about flies in the very face of all that. And to some, and she looks more specifically at Aspen, and then at Izzie, it may be a miracle that could lead to resentment. Or why him, and why not the others? Sacrifice is part of what we are. And regardless of what happens here, Charles will sacrifice and has sacrificed. To be brought back is to sacrifice his very wolf, everything he defined his life by, and that is not going to be an easy choice, even if he gets back the things that he loves, even if he gets back the things that he's missed. We're talking about complete change of what he knows it is to live. Probably a loss of strength. That could be hard on someone, if they want it at all. Then, as I said, it may breed resentment from others. So it's not an easy choice that's being made. Don't forget, Charles had no patron. He died. He was already feeling severed. This will be even more so.
Turtle did say that he also has the choice of whether or not to come back.
Even if we pour life into life, the choice is still ultimately his.
You could theoretically resurrect the body, but without a spirit, it wouldn't last long. It would decay and die again. And it would be ripe for a Fomori to just throw a bane to hop right into.
We wouldn't let that happen.
Of course not. But this is the dangers that come with such an unexpected and unbelievable practice. There's a reason it's not common. There's a reason it's not openly offered. And there's a reason, and I say this with great hesitation, you don't do it more than once. Because it is going to require your life force from the sounds of it. It is going to require a great deal of effort and strife, and I'm sure all of us would give anything to bring back those that we've lost and miss. This is a unique situation. A shattered spirit. A preserved vessel. It's not resurrection, it's putting a piece back together. puzzle that's being infused with life. So even if there were loved ones you want back, it's not the same. Their souls aren't bound to this cairn. Their bodies are long gone. These are all things to consider, because this is not an easy exercise emotionally, physically, spiritually. And others have tried, believe me, and it has not gone well.
We have to try, right? So we've got to get these pieces. And that means Jace is going to be gone and Stakes.
I was going to say, you weren't going to mention me, because that happens a lot around here for some reason.
I never forget you.
You're not forgotten.
We're honoring your Ragabash ways.
It's fine.
And we've got to work on getting whoever is within the sept and the cairn. We've got to get those pieces. If there's any, I mean, sounds like, and looks over to Izzie, there are some in the room with us right now. But even some of the others from that we brought back with us, we don't know if there's anything there. So we need to keep an eye out for those as well.
Jace, can you pull out your phone and the map?
Yeah. You'll pull it from Aspen and slide it over towards Jester.
I'll pull up the dots around Tampa and start pointing them out. There's definitely one on his body that's refusing to leave until all the others are gathered and this happens. It calls itself his destiny. So, you know, it's the most stubborn little shit ever. To look, that's my apartment.
You can do that one.
Okay. I guess I'll do that one. Point to Stakes as I'm looking. Stakes has one on her.
You see Stakes start swatting at herself, like trying to brush it off, whatever it is.
You almost got it.
Rub your nose.
I hate this fucking spiritual shit.
I'll point out like
Yes,
different.
squarely.
I'll point out different areas in it, and I think these are areas that he patrolled in particular around the city. Izzie, I'll push it over. Izzie, on the wider map, do you recognize any?
Izzie.
Izzie will pinch the phone forward and take a gander as he zooms in or out as needed.
Some of the locations that stand out to you are some of the stories you've told. Ones that you thought weren't important to Charles, but were very important. The last day you were together before he was drawn away. The formation of the Piercing Moonrise Pack. And some of the various missions in between. Clearly, based off of this, if this is even true, if this is even to be believed, because really, even though you guys don't know it, it's based off of a premonition, and those can be inaccurate. These moments meant a great deal to him. Whether it was lessons he learned, connections he thought he wasn't making or denied. If his spirit is attached to these places, you realize his entire time with the Piercing Moonrise Pack was important to him. He just didn't know how to show it.
Can Izzie make a composure resolve?
Yeah.
Three.
You are in control of your own self to react how you choose.
I think as he zooms out and he catches the one story he told about Georgia, I believe I said Atlanta,
Yep.
if I remember the story. He goes, huh, that reminds me of the... And then he zooms out a bit further, heading over upwards to segments of the East Coast and then out to Midwest. And he sees the lattice work pairing up with the memories in his mind. And he just goes, if you're going that way, I think I might know what Charles is, where Charles might be lingering.
Stakes again, looking over the phone. There's a lot around here, and we don't have a lot of time. If we're going to hit the road and cover the country, you guys are going to have to take care of whatever's near. We can maybe hit the one in Georgia you were talking about, the ones up the coast, but we're probably going to have to make a loop through the country, and can't have time to linger. It's going to have to be like run-by grabbings of these things if we're going to get back in any kind of sort of time.
We can handle the ones here.
We'll take care of them. Jace gave me a crash course on how this all works. So we can kind of spread that out to whoever needs to know. And we'll get it done. We'll make sure that things are getting done here.
Before we leave, though, you're getting whatever it is off of me.
No, you're getting whatever it is off you. I can't get that one for you.
Why not?
If it's attached to the person, it's going to be a lot easier for that person to remove it from themselves than me trying to extract it from a person. Objects are going to be a little different. A person, Charles had that connection with that person, whatever. I don't know why you have a weird curly Q coming out your nose and it keeps going back in.
What?
I don't know. But there's something there that Charles has attached himself to as you as a person, as a guru.
What a fucking asshole.
Well, he'll dip his finger in the ash and just walk over, not even being nonchalant. He just smears across like the eye, the bridge of the nose, and across the other eye. Sorry,
God.
not sorry.
It smells like death and fire.
Well, it came from the ashes of a ghost council, so an elder.
Wait, was it someone we knew, or?
No, I just wiped death in your eyes. You're welcome.
That's not terrible at all.
No.
She just starts kind of exhaling, and the wisps show up, and she gets all wide-eyed and starts batting at it again. But then after realizing her fingers just go through it, she just sits on the ground and starts staring at it as she tries to make it blow bigger and bigger out of her nose, like a child at play.
For those who I have forgotten to mention, the ash that death, in a way, I rubbed on your eyes needs to stay there. If it's washed away, the vision's gone as well.
Can't you like leave some of the ointment with us?
I will. And he'll pull out the different jars and stuff that he has set up. This is all we have, though. It can't be remade. This is it. Once it's gone, it's gone.
Are these all the same dead ghost council?
Yeah.
Okay. Just... sorry, sometimes I forget carrying around cremated ruins is, remains is a thing.
Well, it's not something I do on a regular basis, but I've broken them down into individual smaller jars so you can carry them around with you if your eyes become irritated by the ashes in them. But if you're heading to these locations, you'll point towards the map. It'll be easy for you all to see them, actually make it possible with it in there.
So you're saying put the stuff on and do like just a like quick or grand tour, kind of just knock as many out as possible before we have to do something else.
That's what I would recommend. Yeah. Once it's on, that's your focus until you're ready to take it off. Because, like I said, this is it. And once it's gone, you won't be able to see them anymore.
Now, Jace, I will say you could recommend that they try different amounts. Maybe just a dot will do. Maybe you need to cover the whole eye. You haven't really experimented with that yet. So it is possible they could get smaller doses, but they'd have to experiment.
You could always do a dab on your finger and try putting it on. I've had this for a very short period of time. I haven't really dived into the ins and outs of amounts as far as the alchemy of this. I was told it needs to be on the eyes and not to wash it off.
Leaving us to the test trials.
Well, when time is of the essence, yeah, I would do it myself, but I will be a bit occupied.
We'll figure it out, Jace. Stakes, you probably have to talk to it and not just try to blow it out of your nose.
I am Charles's boogers.
Oh, it's going to be a long trip. Very, very long trip.
Okay, so Jace, as soon as you can get everything you need and get out and come back safe, I want reports when you can, so I know you're alive.
Yep.
I think that's fair to know that you're alive. We're gonna get this all done as we're gonna make it a top priority. We have some other things to handle, but it's definitely going to be a top priority. That way, by the time you're back, we have all the pieces we need, and we can work towards getting Charles back to himself. And maybe Turtle will decide that he wants to be nice at some point during that time and give us a better idea of what giving a piece of ourselves looks like, so we can prepare for that as well. But we will see. But as far as that goes, I think we've got a plan at the very least.
I should be back before in Aspen 1 week, and he'll look at her and smile.
Make it an Aspen day if you can.
Do my best.
So, Artie says, now finally awake, even though he still blinks his eyes every now and then. Okay, so we're gonna go play Ghostbusters and Lazarus, apparently, and is there anything else that we need to talk about? Because I want to go back to bed.
I guess we could do a quick Jester and I talked to the vampires here. It was a very interesting conversation. Kind of wide-eyed looks at Jester. They are going to be taking care of the castle. Also, there's a larger, older vampire that knows about where we are, so they should be taking care of that as well. They took a lot of coaxing because apparently they can't do a whole lot according to them, but I don't think that's completely true. So
Wait, if they can't do a whole lot, why don't we go with some other leeches?
well, that was kind of my point, is if you can't do a whole lot, why are we even having a deal right now, and why are you in the city? But after some coaxing and some niceties from Skeeter, they are going to work on it, and I'm going to keep a close eye and have Skeeter keep a close eye on what they're actually doing and if they're actually doing anything. And that'll, kind of determine what kind of consistent stay we want with these leeches in the area. So for now, it's tentative, giving them enough rope. Maybe they hang themselves with it. Maybe they do some good. But we shall see. Time will tell.
They're very idealistic. from what they claim.
Isn't that a break in our truce? In some form, if a leech knows where we're at, that's got to be something, right? Like the truce is abolished.
Jace, Artie says, looking at Jace, you don't think Aspen's considered the letter of the agreement in doing this? Are you really that naive?
For me. I want confirmation for myself, because
fair enough.
If it's green lit,
they're not part of them. It is a independent. So in terms of what they did with our Caern and how they infiltrated here, they will be taking care of it, or we will have, well, a lot more than words to say to them. Also, they have more movement throughout the city, as long as they're not killing and not violently attacking humans, because they do need some leeway to be able to take care of said vampire and the castle. So that will be also well looked after with Skeeter. I'm trusting Skeeter a lot in this scenario to keep us informed and to let us know if they're actually doing their job, actually doing what they say is what's best for the city, or if they just want to diddle about in our city while we take care of all the problems. So until we have better information that they're actually doing their job, it's just an observation at this point.
Are we looking to test them in any way? Because destroying the castle and dealing with that elder leech, obviously very big as far as their capabilities, as they seem to protest. But what about finding information about all the bodies I found in the sewer? That could be an easy one. Trust building, see if they're worth anything at all. If they fail at that, then I mean...
To be completely honest with you, Isidoro, testing them is literally giving them these jobs to see if they are worth anything at this point. So maybe if they can help in those ways, we can have more of a communication back and forth. But I'm giving them these jobs and it already seems very large to them. So
I can take some of the boys, Larry says, and we'll do a few ride-bys in Ybor to see if progress is happening on a regular basis.
That would be lovely. That would be awesome. Thank you, Larry.
As long as the secretary says it's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Speaking of, well, bikers, I suppose. Izzie, Larry, and I managed to capture Ricardo. He's currently being held in the cell in the rage room when we want to speak to him.
Hell yeah. Good job, guys.
As you mentioned the cell, Jester, you think of the map, and there is definitely one on the location of the cell.
Okay.
Also, probably a bigger conversation with you, Jester, a different time, because it is late and we all have things to do now. Add that to the long list of things we already have to do. But I talked to Raymond about Hashugut. Matthias is released, and there is a new agreement with Hashugut so that Raymond can have some more help. I plan to have some conversations with the spirits here within the cairn to see if they would be okay with Raymond, Hashugut in tow, moving within the cairn, because I think at this point, him not being in the cairn, not being allowed in the cairn is detrimental to him and the safety of our sept, but it would only be if the spirits thought it was in our best interest and in the safety of the cairn to allow that to happen. So if I can talk to them, I'll see what they say.
Eliza speaks up and says, I've been working with him on his control. He is doing a very good job containing a spirit. It's not an easy exercise. I know, I've done it for years, but he's doing a good job. So I I will ensure that he is as capable as possible before he tries to bring it into this place.
Definitely.
would've
Before I
been-
go,
Definitely a longer conversation for that, but my only concern is Hashugut seems a sneaky little bastard. How do we know that he's not manipulating all of us? Like, is there any way, like any proof we could have that he truly is not using this as an angle to get back at everything?
Hence why I did want to talk to the spirits, because I think the best way to keep a spirit in check is to have our strong spirits within the cairn, making sure that that's not going to be a possibility.
I will say, too, a deal with a spirit is binding. So if they agreed to something, they will stick to that. They may try and play around the gray areas of it, but it's worked against us several times before, but perhaps this time could work for us, depending on the agreement that was made.
Yeah, we can talk
Before
about it
I-
more later.
before I leave, I've had a pretty good standing, having the point towards his little meeting area of spirits that he has. I have a round table pretty often. That might be an area where you could have it. All spirits are welcome at that point. I've had decent turnouts.
Okay, I'll try that out.
Okay, so Jace, be careful, buddy. If you need anything, because you're going to be confronting a lot of, I guess, his ghosts and the skeletons in his closet, and that's a lot to put on anybody. So, you got my number. If you need to just vent or unload or whatever about it, because you're walking through a man's life, and not all of it is good. We've been fortunate that he had a positive experience here, it sounds like, with the spirits that are here, but you're going into some of his darker sides and worse times. So just let me know if you need any advice on how to handle anything, or if you just need to let it off, because that's going to be Bane bait, undoubtedly. If you start carrying around his guilt or his shame or his regret or anything like that, just keep that in mind.
I will. Thank you.
So, as the meeting comes to a close, a lot has been revealed, a lot of feelings shared, an impossible opportunity, one that had never even been considered, but not here yet. There are going to be a variety of emotions that come with it. Why him? The chosen one. Why not anyone else? Why now? Why here? What will we have to give up that we haven't given up already time and time again? Gaia asks for so much in making one a guru. Maybe, just maybe, it's time she returns the favor for once in a more direct way. But that story is still quite some time away. We transition now to our next scene in the wake of this meeting. The next day, as Isidoro and Terrance mill about the apartment, Izzie still carrying the weight of everything he learned the night previously. Izzie, how we feeling? How's it going now after all that earlier this morning / last night?
Yeah. Izzie's moment at the Cairn meeting was one of just pure reaction. He was struggling to keep the protocol that he's expected to maintain as Wormfoe and Elder of the Nation and all that. But as time sort of echoes out and he becomes removed from the drama of the situation, not only is he a bit tired just by nature of being woken up, but as he eventually washes away the ash under his eyes and the wisps vanish, a lot of that baggage does begin to creep back into his mind. For the longest time since Charles came home in a body bag, Izzie, spent day after day devoted to ensuring that he would be a support to everyone else, especially given that Jester and Aspen were present for his demise, emotionally compromised in the most polite way. And as a result, he's put off that deadline of his own reckoning with his reaction to Charles's death. And then one day, when he's already expecting for a burial or whatever the Garo equivalent would be, he gets rushed out, told, oh, by the way, there's a chance of a miracle, a literal miracle. And everything just bangs against his head like drums and pots and pans, just loud noises that send ripples through his former thought process of trying to grapple with his own grief. Like, should he even grieve at this point? And as he looks down at his fist, not seeing the wisps of soul, sitting on the couch of the apartment, just sort of zoning out, he flexes and clenches and thinks, Charles, you piece of shit. I'm not good with spirits. So not good with spirits that apparently you can't die properly and everyone has to pick up the pieces, man. This is stupid. Why do you do this to me, man? Why?
Terrance emerges into the living room carrying a bowl, which he walks up and places in front of you on the coffee table, and you can see that it's some quick oatmeal that he's whipped together. You got in really late last night. Figured you could use some breakfast, although it's 2 p.m., so we'll just call it breakfast for lunch.
I've been in transit for most of the day. I don't want to just dump it on you. How are you doing, Terrance? Did you sleep well?
Yeah, I'm fine, man. But dump.
Okay.
Dump away.
Okay. So, and with that, Izzie will recall the scene as best to his recollection, not really sparing any detail. He'll mention the strange shards of Charles' soul, the remains of a dead ghost counsel that were smeared across his face lovingly by Jason, that he'll have to pull from his own history with Charles to point out various points. And then as that shifts, he sort of like loses the plot and goes into the affairs with Ricardo, getting the great culprit for all these riots, and yet not feeling satisfied in that the mystery is still open, and retrieving the body and burying it and finding more bodies. And at that point, it just becomes every little thing flowing out before Izzie just hasn't even dented the oatmeal. He's just been talking. And as he picks up the bowl, it's now lukewarm, no longer hot. He stuffs some of it in his mouth before he goes, it just feels like nothing ever stops long enough for you to understand what's going on.
Yeah. Ain't it great? No, I mean that. It's easy to think of it as a bad thing, like it's being done to us, a punishment of some kind. But if you think about it, that's what makes life exciting, right? The constant not knowing of what the next day will bring, the mystery and surprise of it all. And sometimes those surprises are bad. Sometimes they bite you in the ass, or they set you back, knock you on your heels, but also sometimes they give you life. They reinvigorate you. They mystify you and surprise you and excite you, and you can't have one without the other. You can't choose what the surprise is going to be, but I think some of the fun is in not knowing. I mean, Gaia's amazing. If what you're saying is true and that's possible, like, oh my goodness, imagine, like, that miracle alone is proof of her existence. It's proof that she's still with us. It's proof that she's not dead. It gives me a sense of hope that we're still in the fight, that we haven't just lost. I mean, with all the doom and gloom coming out of Vermont and everything like that, like, it really seems like we're done. We're about to be done. But then you say something like this, and I don't know, it gives me hope. And yeah, I get all the feelings you're having, and all of them are valid. But if you think about it for just a second, we still have a chance. That's what I get from it. She's still on our side. She still believes in us. That's wonderful. And yeah, there's still a lot of heartache and pain down the line. And it's going to take a lot of work and struggle and sacrifice and stress, but it doesn't feel pointless. It doesn't feel empty. And whatever the plan is, it's never our job to fully know it. Not fully. We can try to understand it. We can talk about what it means to us, what we take away from it, but we're never going to fully know the plan. If there even is one.
I don't think there is.
Well, then that's exciting too. We get to be along for the ride of the shaping of the world, the shaping of the future. And it could end bad, it could end good, but at least we get a part in that play. Before, we were just ignorant. Before, we were just moving through life worried about little things. Yeah, there was some excitement and mystery with all of that too, but we were just pawns. Ignorant and lost and confused and not seeing the whole picture. But as Guru, we get to see more of the picture and all of the wonders and terrors that come with it. And yes, you can let that drag you down. And it would be understandable if it did. I'm not judging anybody who can't carry the weight of this. But also, it can lift you up. Because you can see, truly see the effect you have on things with what you do. Good or bad. You can see and understand the profound depths of it. More than any human could. Hell, more than any leech could. More than anything could. Even spirits, they're just the echo of us on the other side. They're seeing a side of it. They're not even seeing both sides as clearly and as with clarity and detail that we do. Because we get to be in between three worlds. I know Charles's death impacted you and had you feeling a kind of way, feeling like you needed to step up. And I don't know if the idea of him being brought back lessens that or diminishes that or makes
No.
you feel okay, good.
No.
It shouldn't.
It was an expectation. And as a funny Nuisha told me, I should try to not have those. And now that it's not necessarily on my plate in the same way, you're right. It is giving me a lot of hope, a lot of hype for things to be different. And I'm just scared that it's not gonna stay that way. And I know with things the way they are, it's probably not.
It's not. But it's going to get better or worse depending on the day, depending on the time. And you just have to ride that wave. You have to allow it to take you where you need to go. Some days are going to feel like shit and hopeless and lost. But we have this amazing ability to remember the good times when times are bad. And to remember the bad times so that we can prevent them from recurring. You've stepped up, Izzie. No one, not even Charles, should he return, is going to ask you to step down again. You just keep stepping up. Climbing that ladder. Getting there. Doing the thing. It's the unknown. And we can let it scare us. We can let it paralyze us. Or we can just dive in. And take all of the good, bad, and otherwise that comes with it. Because that's what living is. That's what existence is. Taking chances, taking risks. And as a guru, with what we've been told about what life is going to be, how short it's going to be, why hesitate?
Izzie sits with Terrance's words, staring down at his oatmeal with a single scoop taken out of it. And he'll take another. You're right. Who knows? Which is why I'm going to enjoy this bland-ass oatmeal right now with a good friend.
You should. And it's okay to still mourn what was lost. Because there's no guarantees that it's going to return. All of the prophecies and ideas and missions put in front of us, nothing's guaranteed. We don't even know that the Charles we'll get back is the Charles that left. So it's okay to mourn.
I don't even think we're going to be the same before and after we bring back Charles.
You're not.
If unicorns taught me anything, it's that things change and you got to keep moving.
But you have to give everything its due before you move on. Because you're not moving on, you're just dragging it with you. The longer you ignore it, the longer you put it off. This life gives us one hell of a beating. Especially the guru life. And if we don't accept the part of it that sucks, we'll never fully embrace the part of it that's good. Because it will be tarnished by that guilt or pain or sadness or loss that we're dragging with us. So feel it. Appreciate it for what it is, even though it sucks. And then move forward guilt-free. You'll never truly be rid of sadness. You just learn how to deal with it, especially when it comes to loss. You learn how to live with it. But it's lighter if you give it its due. And it's so much easier said than done, but you gotta try.
Izzie looks at Terrance in a way that someone who has lost many people in his life can nod. Not really maybe fully understanding what Terrance's depth of this truth is, but Izzie looks back at the faces that have left. Some peaceful, others definitely not so much. And as he sees the sort of calmness of their apartment, the crappy hand-me-downs, the worn sofa with the, partially stained coffee table. I think this is something that we're going to look back on one day and we're going to miss.
It is. But we can also appreciate that we had it at all.
Yeah.
Now, he takes a spoonful of your oatmeal and tastes it and goes, "Oh my God, that's fucking terrible." No, I'm glad you're not. I know, and I am a terrible cook, but I'm pretty sure we have some cinnamon or something that could revive this.
I've lived on the literal streets between packs. It's water, oats, salt, maybe honey. What part of this formula did you mess up, man?
I am not a cook. I am a theurge. And before that, a street kid also. That didn't mean I knew how to make oatmeal.
All right,
Ramen.
come on. We're going for round 2. And with that, Izzie's not even going to let Terrance worm his way out. He's going to lift him up by one arm. All right, we're cooking this thing together, all right?
All right. So as you head into the kitchen, emptying out the pot that still has some of the terrible oatmeal in it, and preparing to create something new together, how is Izzie feeling?
He is feeling a lot lighter. A lot of the weight that he's been grappling with has been not necessarily addressed, but put into understandable light. And it makes that burden so much easier to bear, as he thinks now about the hunt for the shards of Charles's soul, dealing with Ricardo, even the the cult of Fenris, and the leech situation, and definitely the descending doom that is the Black Spiral Dancers. Those will come. Those will have their moments. But for now, piece by piece, step by step, and making oatmeal, Izzie is content.
This is where we go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves a few nights later at the Cairn. Now, Aspen, ever since you became unmoored from Falcon, things have been a little cloudier. Without Falcon's sight, without that sharpness that comes with being one of their followers, you didn't even realize how much it was going to affect you. Through the stress, through the getting used to being what you are, stepping into leadership, the development and growth of Tampa, you never had time to really think about it, to never really realize how important it was. So in this unmoored state, Eliza told you to look to the stars and that they would show you the way. And being that you are part of the Sept of the Evening Star, the leader of the Sept of the Evening Star, the idea of looking to the stars is not unfamiliar to you. You look at them quite often, more than you even realize. But there's one star in particular that you always find yourself looking to, especially when you're in times of stress or strife or just lack of confidence. And while you have a lot of supporters around you who boost you up, you have a love who invigorates you, gives you purpose and direction, and makes it all mean something. It's a little something special that Star gives. It's undefinable. It's hope and joy and maybe a little bit of that childhood innocence. It's something from the other side that became something because of your pack. When you met them, they were just a messenger from Loon. Now they're a Sept patron, a pack patron, a being of such growth that it even took what seems to be a physical form, in the fact that she started off as this child and became this, well, probably teenager. It's really hard to tell. But they became something because of you, because of your pack, because of your actions. And that, in a way, is a reward of its own, because a lot of days it feels like nothing really is making a difference. The earth is still being torn up. The cities are still noisy and filled with pollution and violence and decay. The world is continuing to spin, but is it in the right direction? And there's the looming clouds overhead, off in the distance, of the true storm, the possible final battle to come. So on this particular night, when you're fortunate enough to be able to see the sky, because storms have been rolling through, the tropical storm has been dropping rain on a pretty regular basis and clouding the sky, but tonight it's clear. Tonight the stars are shining. And while you can always know that they're there, cloudy or otherwise, seeing them, truly witnessing them, makes you realize that you, your problems, all of it is just small and truthfully manageable. Not lacking in importance, not that they aren't difficult, but they're a moment that will lead to the next moment and the next. The universe, not even including the spirits, is vast, immeasurable. So what do you do on this night? What are you feeling on this night?
Aspen is overwhelmed significantly and utterly overwhelmed. And it it seems so small, this problem that I wouldn't even say problem, this new journey she's going on of being tribeless and what comes next after that. And there's almost a guilt in focusing on it with everything else going on, and trying to figure out what to do next in so many different directions. What to do next with her own personal journey, what to do next with this looming Black Spiral Dancer situation, what to do next with Charles, and just preparing the best she can, but trying to keep it all spinning, all the plates spinning. And it's exhausting. But Eliza said, look to the stars. And there's something about Star that even in the shitstorm, she brings a levity, like you said, an innocence that that she needs in this moment to feel grounded, weirdly enough, looking to the stars to feel grounded.
So as you look up into the sky, your eyes search over that inky mass with pinpricks of light. You search out for that spot, that one star that seems to shine brighter than any other. Your own personal North Star, despite the fact that star still exists and still does what it does, this one's different and special. And as you're looking, you're finding it more and more difficult to locate. You look to the spot where it always is. And it's just a pocket of dark. As you feel your heart start to beat faster, your pulse start to race, you hear,
"What are we looking at?"
You scared. Hi, Star. How are you?
standing next to you, a little bit shorter than you are, which is already pretty stinking short. Star is looking up at the sky where you were looking, and then as you look over at her, she almost mirrors your movement. And a visit from Star, communication with Star, is always a little bit weird because he looks so similar to you in certain aspects and qualities, but also like Jester. And now with the addition of this spectral jean jacket like Jace. And did she get a little bulkier? Like, not wider, but like stouter and stronger? That's got to be Izzie's influence. But she looks at you and flashes the most brilliant, heartwarming smile ever as she says,
"Hi, Aspen."
Hey, Star.
"You look worried."
I am a lot of things right now.
"You look like you've lost weight."
Not a lot of time to eat when you're running a whole sept.
"Not that kind of weight, silly."
Yeah, I've lost, feel light as a feather.
"I don't remember the last time I saw you that mad." "I'll get it from here."
not my finest moment.
Where is it? Aspen, you know what one of the hardest parts of being a spirit is? Everyone expects you to know everything. Everyone thinks you're so wise and powerful and smart and... Really, we're just a bunch of bumbling dummies. Just like you. We're just scrambling around trying to keep it all together, and while some of us have advantages like being able to see from up high, we're not perfect. We make mistakes. And those mistakes should have consequences. Now, what you might think is one of your weaker moments, or you know, one of your less proud moments, you did something that very few can do. You showed that you're willing to stand alone on what you believe. Which for most Peru is a very terrifying prospect. Because they always have their patrons with them. They always have this presence attached to them that they don't realize is there necessarily, and to choose to take that off, even if you didn't know when you were doing it, what shape that would take. You were so strong in your beliefs that you didn't even hesitate. So you can call it not one of your finer moments, but I think it's amazing. You're amazing. And it's nothing to be ashamed of, no matter what the culture and the tribes and the history tells you. It wasn't taken from you. That is shame. Giving something up. Sacrificing. That is strength. Even if stuffy old Falcon probably has, you know, his feathers all tangled up because of it. I think, in time, you'll recognize it for what it is. Because it takes us time to achieve understanding, too. It takes us time to work through all our feelings. Because you and everything around you made us. Just like Gaia made all of us. So why wouldn't we be like you? Sometimes a little bit more than others, and...
She gestures at herself, who's obviously adopted these features.
Now, nobody likes being alone forever. But what do you want?
I want something that makes sense for me, I guess. I know Eliza was saying, you know, there's so many different tribes out there, and some of them, some of those patrons would be absolutely excited to have, I don't know, someone like me. It feels strange to act like a hot commodity, because that's not really my uh, purview. But I just, I don't know. I want something that feels Like I'm not trying to push myself into a puzzle piece to make myself fit.
That makes sense. I think that no matter what direction you go, there's gonna be some adjustment necessary. But as long as the core of you aligns with whatever patron you decide to work with, then the rest will come in time. Just like you shouldn't expect spirits to be perfect, spirits shouldn't expect you to be perfect either, and they really don't. Some of them act like they do, but they know that without you, they don't have anything. They don't have access. They don't have a stake in the game. The rule are kind of like Pokemon or trading cards. You try to find the best ones, the most valuable ones, and you want them to be on your side, but of course they have to fit, and that's a little bit of a complication, but as long as you learn their moveset and you can evolve them, they're the right one. And yeah, a lot of the patrons like to brag about which ones they've had in the past or how many ones they have now, but that's just really the pride they take in their children. What their children are doing. That it's helping them be in the game, have a seat at the table, have a voice to be heard. So Aspen, what are you looking for? In a patron, in yourself, in any of it? What matters most to you?
I want this idea to succeed. I want things to be different. I want to try to do things different, and I want others to believe in that too. Eliza called me a dreamer, and Charles says he appreciates my vision. Well, part of Charles. That's a whole thing I'm sure you know about. Jace said I don't know, we showed him a different way. I just want other people to have that too.
So, if I'm understanding you correctly, you don't believe what has been is working anymore. You respect the value of the past, but don't necessarily believe it fits the vision of the future, other than the lessons it taught.
I think a lot of this has grown past that.
Oh, definitely has. We're not sitting around bonfires before going back to our caves anymore. Well, kind of, but it's more complicated. Those caves are made of, wood and steel and stuff. Anyway, you think there is another way. There are a few patrons who feel the same way. Of course, they all think they know the best way. Silly. But there are a few that were strong enough to stand on those beliefs. To be rejected. Be outcast. To give up the comfort and security of what they knew. For the unknown. There's, of course, the big bad meanie wolves. I don't think that's really your style.
I'm not really a punch first, break things down, ask questions later, and care about things later type person.
There's Turtle. But I think he's still catching up on all that's happened. He was kind of out of the game for a good long while. But I don't even think he knows what now is, let alone what's coming between.
He's too busy trying to bring somebody back together.
And then there's one other. A dreamer. Like you. But with a sense of reality as well. Kind of a feet on the ground, head in the clouds type. But you gotta have both. If you dream too hard, that's all you're doing is dreaming. You have to act as well, and you have to understand that not all dreams come true. That doesn't mean they're not important. You run weddings?
Sure.
I don't know if I believe you. That seems like kind of an offhanded yeah, whatever.
It's mostly because I have an inkling what you're going to say, but I don't want to assume.
Libra. The scales. Balance. You get it now. Oh, and dreams. But you have to accept reality and despair as well. Life doesn't weigh one side or the other, and when it does, something has to be done about it. The worm isn't evil, it's sick. The wild isn't chaotic, it's refusing to be tamed. The weaver isn't overbearing, it's structure. And we need all of it. No one of those things can withstand the weight of everything. And while things have been out of balance for a long time, it's gone back and forth, believe it or not. The weaver wasn't always the one carrying all the weight. Not even ever since it got sick. The wild is losing ground. And at the worm, not the weaver. So many names with W.
I got
and
what
the
you
weaver
meant.
is crawling its way across the earth. Maybe a little bit faster than it should. It has to be brought back to balance. No one can be eradicated to fix the others. So the way that the others believed didn't align with those views. It lost so much to the worm and the weaver that they were really only focused on the wild survival. Bringing the wild back, no matter the cost. The wild can regrow, it's resilient. Though even in spaces where it seems like it's been eradicated, life, finds a way. So, Does that matter to you? Is that important?
Having a balance?
Maybe? Or wanting to reestablish that balance?
I think that's what we're trying to do here. I think that's what it all comes down to. I don't think that eradicating the worm as a whole, then you don't have a balance of life and death, really, if you think about it that way. The weaver's important because future moves as the future does, and it does a lot of help when it is used. Out of control, of course, is a problem, but it's without it, we're nothing, really. We didn't make all these advances just to go back to what it was. And of course, the wild's important. It's where some of us come from. That's where spirits of animals, of the tree, that's where they come from. And we need it to remember that the world is beautiful and it doesn't need structure to thrive. And I think all of those represent pivotal parts of a life.
Now that doesn't mean they're the only one who thinks that way. Unicorn believes in a different methodology. One of more peace and less terror. But that's where they put most of their focus. Is the more peaceful approach, a non-violent way. Rats believes in a bit more balance, bringing those who are down. Maybe bringing some of those that are a little too high down. That's just in the city. For the most part. Where rats dwell. Corkin! She's a homewrecker in the best of ways.
I met her.
Don't forget something like that.
No, ma'am.
That comes with a lot of conviction. And even still, that conviction and fury and vengeance is not left unchecked and become kind of all-consuming. Sergeant Jerry's a lot of anger. A lot of frustration. From being betrayed. From being condemned. And I've never found coming from a place of anger or frustration to be good for anyone. Her and Fenris, and don't tell her I said this, have a lot in common. It's just how they go about it. Fenris will do it unprovoked. Gorgon usually needs a little something to put the fire in her belly and get her to actually act, but they will act with reckless abandon. That usually brings collateral damage.
I think a middle ground is good in all of those aspects. I think passion is great, but composure is necessary. I think seeing all people as equal is something we should all stand on, not just coming from a place of high station or low station, just equality. And I think peace is what you always kind of want to hope for, but it doesn't work in all situations. I think there's a middle ground for all of those, right?
to hope so. All of this was created because of the balance of 3 different elements. But I think part of the reality of what it is to be a follower of Libra is recognizing that you will never achieve constant balance. You have to keep trying. It needs constant maintenance and upkeep. It means a lot of consideration about what you do and the impact it can have. Unfortunately, many of them have fallen to Harana because of that. The consideration, trying to weigh every aspect. They take it very, very seriously. But it's also knowing you're not going to get it right every single time. You just have to shift it the other way the next time. Try and equal it out. So, even they won't tell you it's the perfect solution. But they're also not so stubborn as to believe it's the only. They will keep looking for a better one, another one. They won't stubbornly try to stick a square peg in a round hole. Problem is that peg has a lot of anger and a lot of grin. So they just keep driving it in there until either the board breaks or they do. And it's kind of sad. Because many of them have broken. And many more will. And until, in their own way, they learn to look up, they're going to keep their heads in the dirt. They're going to keep running into walls and breaking them down. They're gonna keep thinking they can fix everyone. Or they're gonna be looking too far in the distance, forgetting that the present is still happening, here and now.
How do I talk to them?
There's this funny statue you humans have. Comes in big sizes and small sizes, but you always put it outside of buildings or on desks. And it's of this beautiful lady, dressed in robes, like long, Grecian robes. But she can't see because she covered her eyes. But in her hands, it holds items. In one hand, I think it's a book or something. I'm not really sure. I don't get a really good look from up high. But the other one, I think you know what it is.
Scales. Yeah, it's ironic when you think of me as a person and my job and all of that. It's actually quite funny, Star.
Is it ironic or is it destiny? You want to talk about destiny being a terrible thing, and it's terrible because sometimes it sees terrible things. Sometimes it can be good too.
I think there's an in-between in that statement.
You would. If you want to talk to Libra, you really just have to think, what would Libra do? What's needed in this situation? What's missing? And if you are really in tune with them, you'll know. Problem is, there's all these outside noises and stimulation that try to convince you of other things and have you thinking of other things. The stargazers love meditation. It's a practice among them, a way of blocking out the outside stimuli and really just letting it come to them. That perfect state of balance in oneself is Libra. That's how you talk to them. That's how you listen to them. That's how you learn from them. But you also need to go back to the real world. And a lot of stargazers have forgotten. They find such bliss in the balance that they forget that it's just their balance. It's not all balance. It's not even balanced for them to be missing in that state. That's why Eliza likes to run all over the place and give her weird cryptic advice. But she's trying to be everywhere at once. But I also think he's trying to make up for the time she lost. It feels like she has to work doubly hard to correct it. That's not necessarily helpful either.
Kind of been there, working extra hard, hoping that it.
No!
Oh, Star. Yeah, I know. I'm a lot easier to read than I try to portray myself as.
I just watch you. I watch you when it's good, I watch you when it's bad, I watch you all the time, I can't help it.
It's comforting.
You're not behind, Aspen. You're right on time. All the catching up that you think you have to do, it's when it's meant to happen. I know that sounds so falcon of me to say, and I'm trying not to be, but there is some truth in that. Trying to change the past is pointless. You can't. It doesn't happen. Alright, well, there was this one thing, but I'm not allowed to talk about that. You just have to be here, now, making the best of every situation, making the balance of every situation. And sometimes that means victory, and sometimes that means forgetting about something. You're human. Kinda. To expect anything less is to expect impossibility. So just stay on time. You can still look ahead and you can still think, what is that situation gonna need? But you can't know for sure. And that's exciting.
Exciting and terrifying, but I agree with you, exciting.
Right down the middle.
That's right.
So just keep going. Find your balance. And if that's where you like to be, if that's where you truly feel you belong, then you've found her.
I think I can do that. I think that makes the most sense out of all of this in a really long time. So
Yeah. And as a great teacher and a great guide, and if that's the path you decide to walk, you're going to meet others. And some of them haven't found balance, some of them are very tilted. But they're trying. That's all you can ask them to do. As long as you try to even the scales, you are a stargazer. Also, you might meet Chimera and their parties.
that would be fascinating.
They're still cool, even if they don't follow anymore.
Well, like you said, you got to know your past to move forward. So I think that would be interesting. You know, Star, you're so small for somebody so wise.
And you're small for somebody so strong.
I guess that's true. You're very cute.
I'm really glad we got to see each other today. I mean, I always see you, and in a way you always see me, but it's not the same. It's wonderful, and it's beautiful, and it's comforting, like you said, but when we get moments like this, it's special.
I agree.
Find the Libra. I think that's where you belong. Otherwise, what were you looking at?
Well, you obviously, but
Obviously.
I get the picture.
At this point, Star stands up on her tippy toes and wraps her arms around you. And in her ear, or in your ear, she whispers,
You're gonna be amazing.
and she gives you a little tingly kiss on the cheek. And then she's gone, disappearing into stardust. What is Aspen feeling now? Now that perhaps the searching is done, or perhaps the search has just begun. Truly.
I guess she's never really known. She knows a lot from Eliza about the stargazers and how they think and what they believe in, but it's a perspective, and it's almost somebody's relationship with their tribe is personal to themselves. So to see how, in so many ways, like the stargazers fit everything she feels about herself, the duality that she feels about herself, the way she leads, the way she sees people. It feels home.
Well, you know what they say, home is where the heart is. And if that's where your heart is, that's where you belong. Now you just gotta find her and seal the deal. But not tonight. Tonight you can just enjoy this moment, this peaceful state in a world of frenzy and chaos, in a world of constant shifting in the balance. For a moment, you're breathing, thoughts, your existence is at peace. If only for tonight. We now transition to our next scene. Jester, you haven't been able to spend as much time at the biker bar as you would like. You show up for the important meetings and you're still doing the job and you're trying to establish a sense of routine again, but now with this chaos of the thought of fixing Charles, the thought of him coming back, now that's the goal that you're working towards. But you do understand obligation. You do understand that you can't just drop everything. This is something you've learned through loss, through tragedy, through struggle. You have to hold on, because you'll lose a lot more than just a person, place, or thing if you let it consume you. So after one of the club meetings, you find yourself at the bar in the club. Larry's there. He and you have both just talked about some new procedures, some new instructions for the bikers, a certain new route to take that just happens to pull through Ybor City on its rounds. So now in the kind of downshift, some of the bikers are milling about, but they're playing pool or they're drinking off at one of the smaller tables. Sticky Ricky is posted up at the door, being a door himself most of the time. And Bruce, who's signed off on everything that you and Larry were trying to put through, is back in the garage working on a bike or a car. He always seems to be working on something back there. So Larry finishes wiping down the bar and he puts a drink in front of you, and as you look at it, you don't know what it is. Can't quite identify it.
What is it?
It's the drink you need.
Is there alcohol in it? I haven't been much into alcohol lately.
No?
I'll take a sip.
As you drink this strange concoction, you find yourself going on a journey of taste. Nostalgic, but also present. bitter a little bit on one end, but ending in a sweet aftertaste. Almost a journey of you have to go through the shit to get to the good part. You can imagine what this drink would be like with alcohol, and that shitty bitter part would probably last or hit a little bit harder. But the ending is worth the wait. How could that be? Bartender magic.
I'll take another drink, then nod to him. Your experience is definitely showing.
I read a few books and decided to start experimenting. When you're in this business, kid, for long enough, you find that you gotta shake it up a little bit to keep it interesting and exciting.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You should talk to Jace. He makes some pretty good drinks too. Maybe you guys could share some ideas.
That's not a bad idea. I haven't been by his place as much as I would like. The other guys talk so much good about it all the time. They're always like, why can't you make drinks like Jace? And I'm just like, okay, souls. Then go spend money over there because it's free here and you can't beat free. How are you feeling about everything? I'm still even trying to wrap my head around the whole idea, but I know it means a lot more to you.
Hopeful, I guess. Scared.
Boy, that was the most convincing hopeful I've ever heard. I thought you were going to go leaping out of your seat and running around the room.
No, I mean, I am hopeful. It's a spark of hope that I didn't have before. So there is that. It's just, I know we have to find all the pieces, and there's no guarantee that we'll be able to. From what Jay said, there's some that's already been claimed. And I guess there's a plan to get those back too, but there's always the worry that even if we claim those parts, what happens if we miss someone else and it gets claimed by something else? And then we don't even know what we're supposed to give up or how we're supposed to give it up. And even then, there's not a guarantee that he'll want to come back.
Do you trust Charles?
Yes.
Do you believe that he loved you? Loves you still?
Yes.
And why wouldn't he? That should be the silliest question you feel you have to ask.
I guess because I know some of us just want to rest. And I know with what we gave up in opening the Caern, what he gave up, we'll never truly rest. But
Well, you knew him better than I do. You know him better than I do. Does he seem like the resting type?
no.
I start now. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although I guess he is kind of broke right now, but he's getting fixed.
That's fair.
When a motorcycle breaks down, you don't give up on the motorcycle. Not if you're a true enthusiast or lover of motorcycles. You fix the broken thing knowing that it will run again. Knowing that whatever pieces need to be replaced or repaired, or just simply cleaned, you put it all back together, it will run. The way it always has. Maybe with a few slight differences. But you know this because it's your motorcycle. It's your bike, and no one knows your bike better than you. You can trust it to a mechanic, but they're not going to be able to get the same feel for it that you get. They might be able to just say, this is broken, this isn't. But you'll know when it's running right when you ride it, because it's yours.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, and nothing is going to stop me from trying.
Do you trust us, your pack?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think this is important to all of us?
I think so. More to some, I think, than others, perhaps, but
But you're important to them, and this is important to you. So regardless of what Charles meant to them, I don't know. I didn't know him as well, to say the least, but I know you. And I know what you would want. So that becomes what I would want, because I want that for you. Jester, I think you should trust that we're going to all go at this with the same amount of enthusiasm and desire and dedication that you do and you have. Because that's what I'm learning packs do. They run together at the same speed, making sure no one falls behind. Unless they're elderly. Sometimes there's a really weird thing about that in the books about wolves, but that's neither here nor there. They run together as one. Same speed, same focus, same direction. And anytime they do start to come apart, they find a way back. This isn't any different than that.
I know. And I know all of you have my back, and all of you will try your hardest, and sometimes it's just that you can try your hardest to do something and you could still fail. You can give it your all, but then something will sneak up behind you and just snatch it away.
I loved to play soccer growing up. And that's kind of like relevant because the World Cup's been in town, and that's all. Well, I've been watching a lot of it. So, football. Sorry. I feel like I'm going to get yelled at on TikTok.
We're in America. It's soccer here.
Fair enough. I don't know. When you look like me, they tend to think you should know and be the I don't know. Anyway, you know what I always found the most frustrating and also exciting part about it is that you don't know until it's over. Until the final whistle blows. No matter how certain you are of an outcome, you're right. It could be snatched away from you, or you could snatch it away from them. Regardless, every game you play, you might win, you might lose, or you might just tie. And you keep playing partially for the mystery of it, the unknown, the possibility that you could win, and the good feeling that comes with that. Jester, this game's just starting. It's a new game after the loss of the old game, but it's just starting. It's normal to worry, but I don't think that's what he needs from you right now. I think he needs you to be certain it's going to work. And if it doesn't, that's going to hurt a lot, but at least you'll know that you really did give it all inside and out. Because every time I'd get discouraged when we were losing, when we were several goals behind, I played worse. And when I played worse, the other players played worse. And when they played worse, we usually lost. Maybe even worse than we did at the time I started worrying. Because we started making mistakes, and that got them to score another goal and another goal. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying you're gonna be able to do it that blatantly or blindly or directly, but wouldn't it be cool if it did? If it did work.
Of course it'll be cool.
I don't know, maybe focus on that when it does. Yeah, you got it.
So, how are you feeling after the whole rally?
Oh, that. Okay. Maybe you can help me with this, because I've been trying to put it together, and I wanted to ask Aspen, but she's very all over the place right now. I always thought rage would come out as anger, right? Like, grr, arg. But I just kind of felt it exhilarating. It was like a high. And it was the first time I've ever gotten that angry, I guess, since the first time. And I guess nothing seemed real until it was over. It just seemed like it was all happening so fast, and so like being on a roller coaster, like before you know it, it's done and you're like, that was it. But during it, you're just like on a good one. Okay, let's be honest, on a good one. There's some shitty ones where you're just miserable the whole time, but on a good one, when you're in it, it's so quick and fast. It's an adrenaline high, and then it's over. It's just over. And usually it's only like 60 to 90 to 3 minutes. Like, it's so short. But during it, it's the best. The waiting before and the coming off of it after. It's all right. There's a little bit of a come down at the end, but like, boy, it felt like a crash. I was exhausted. And my hands hurt, but
No, I think a roller coaster might be a good analogy for it. It's not just anger, it's a lot of things. It's, yeah, like you said, it could be like a high, an excitement, anticipation, a drive. It's really it's a balance with it that we have to maintain, because yeah, there's things that can drive it up in anger, but it fuels us. It fuels some of our gifts that we can do from the spirits. At the same time, though, if we let it control us or let it ramp up too much while you're at that peak of the roller coaster, ever have the urge you just want to stand or something and lean into it? If you lean into it too much, you fall, and that's when you lose control.
I get that. That makes sense. A part of me feels really bad for going a little bit overboard.
I think you did good. Honestly, I think you did great, because there were outside factors that were influencing that on you. Those
Really?
marks on, yes, those marks on those men's t-shirts, that was driving that up. That's actually what caused the fight in the rally, and was driving your rage up, giving you those violent feelings and wanting to fight. In what Ricardo was doing in the back was helping too, was increasing that. So there are things that can affect it. I know a few of them, because they're really great for when you're going to kick some ass of people that deserve, or things that deserve ass kicking. But yeah, I wouldn't be too hard on yourself that you were more violent. You were influenced.
Okay, follow me on this, because I've been trying to understand it. I've been trying to dissect it, I guess, in my brain to get it. I've tried to compare it to what happened with Izzie, that other riot. And he's been feeling obviously terrible about it for a while since then. I'm not feeling that bad. And I guess in my mind, I'm not feeling that way because I'm like, this guy was causing harm. Whether he knew it or not, ignorance can only be explained or excused so much. Sometimes, and I get this, I get the difference. Sometimes there's moments where you need to explain or educate and help them realize the wrong of what they're doing. But in an intense moment where it's kind of, this has to stop now, you don't have time to do that. You don't have time to be okay, let's all sit and talk about this and work this out. You just have to break through whatever is causing it. And if it was the t-shirts that were causing it, that makes more sense. But that guy wore that t-shirt. And if a part of him didn't even in the littlest bit suspect that there was something wrong about it, why did he hide it? Why were they being that way? And so I get that they were supposedly innocent, but were they? Because a lot of people could have gotten very badly hurt by what they did, and they didn't even ask questions. It's my guess. They just took the money and did the thing, and I get that that happens, but I don't know. I don't feel as bad about it as I should. Maybe if I'd gone a little further, like the aforementioned example of what happened, I would, but in this case I was just like, nah, man, you fucked up. Meet consequence. This is Connie, this is Sequence.
That's why you're a Black Fury.
Is that it?
Kind of. I agree. Even though, and when I talked to them, I got the sense that they didn't know why they had to do these things, but they were going to do these things. But even then, I felt like they suspected something was up. And yeah, they weren't truly aware of what was going on, but they were still culpable and responsible for some of what happened. And yeah, you shouldn't feel too bad. You didn't lose control, which is good.
Okay, good, because I was worried that's what happened, but I felt like I knew what I was doing. It didn't seem like I was like seeing red and couldn't understand. Like I knew I wasn't gonna kill the guy. I just really wanted to strike home. Hey, asshole. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, trust me. If you'd lost control, that would have been more of a shitstorm than it was. We actually did pretty well there. We managed to mitigate most of the damage that happened. And we caught him, so that was good. No, you didn't lose control. Like, if you'd lost control, you wouldn't even been able to listen to me when I was trying to, like, get you to calm down a little bit.
Well, that's good. I remember what happened here
Yeah,
a while back.
It'd be more like that, like big furry rah destruction, lots of screaming, lots of blood.
Don't want that.
So you should be happy that you didn't. You were outside influence, but not enough to lose full control.
Could it have gotten to that?
Could have. Definitely.
I feel even less bad that we did what we did.
Sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes people need ass kickings. Maybe after he's gotten that and been patched up, he won't just take money from anybody to do something that he's not going to ask questions on.
I hope so. Because I'm going to say they got lucky it was us. After hearing about and learning more about the Fenris and the dancers. Whew. Can't imagine what would have happened if that was the situation with them.
Well, I'm pretty sure if it was Fenris, they wouldn't have stopped them. They would have just let everybody riot. But I'm pretty sure those people may not have. There may have been a lot more injuries from everybody else as well.
So, this guy we got, what's going to happen to him?
We're going to talk to him and see what's up.
Does he get a little bit more ass kicking? Because I think he probably deserves a little bit more ass kicking.
Possibly. Have to see what Aspen thinks and what Izzie thinks and what he says. Definitely deserves some sort of consequence for his actions. Some sort of thing he's going to have to make up for. He's caused a lot of damage.
Aspen would talk a lot about the importance of control, about, staying as level-headed as possible in situations like that. Keeping order, I guess. But a part of me is like, a little disorder now and then isn't a bad thing. A little bit of
A little bit of chaos to shake things up. A little bit of the wild.
to wake them up.
Definitely. I have some
Zach.
ideas.
Is that Gorgon too?
It is.
What ideas do you have?
I want to build something here. Something that's gonna outlive me. Something that makes the humans capable of fighting the human parts that empower the worm. A
Okay.
coalition of sorts. That I could start with, look around us a little bit. There are a few other people that I'm thinking about bringing in too. And then maybe we could reach out to some of those activist groups, get them in on it, start building a foundation so that we can shake the towers. And when we shake them and they fall, maybe not all of us will fall too.
You see a smile tug at the corner of his lips. I like that a lot. I mean, even before I knew about all of this, I just wanted to keep the people safe that needed to be kept safe, the people who weren't considered by the powers that be to be worth paying attention to or protecting or providing for. So as long as that's part of it, as long as that's involved, I'm in. I mean, I'd do it even if it wasn't, but I'll really give my all to it if that's part of it. Is it's tough. This whole life thing is tough. Not just, well, even more so now after changes and finding out that the world is doomed and everything, but
Just living.
just
Is
living
tough.
is tough. And sometimes all people need to know is that somebody's looking out for them. Somebody cares. No matter how much they're told it during election season or whatever, like, it needs to be always told that in the good and bad situations.
I want to go beyond that, not just told, but shown. I want them to be shown that.
Well, yeah.
But now I know what you mean, and I agree. Some ideas I have, well, starting for us is, providing maybe rides for people who need to get to appointments or elections even. That like the powers that be tend to make it hard for people to actually use their right to vote. So why don't we make it easier to get them there? Maybe bring in nurses and doctors that are willing to work in free clinics and have free clinics. Maybe have more food banks working together. Start bringing them together. Have free breakfasts for children or something. That's the thing that used to happen in Chicago. Back when the Black Panthers were a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like that. That'd be good. I mean, just because they say they can't, that they don't have the money, that whatever, they don't have the manpower, doesn't mean we can't.
They don't want us to. They want us to believe we can't, but we can. Let's prove them wrong.
God, talk about someone I want to punch in the face. I'm in. Whatever it is, I'm in. However it takes shape, just tell me what I need to do and how I can help, and I'm totally in, because I've heard a lot of wild ideas already this week about, stitching souls back together and bringing someone back from the dead and all that kind of stuff. I think a little bit of grounded, seemingly possible work might help.
We should talk to Bruce first. Get him in on it. I have some ideas I'm pulling together. When I have them together, we should talk to him. I'll show them to you. We can work through any kinks
Yeah.
that need to be smoothed out before we talk to him.
And I know
Definitely.
some people too out in the community that could that'd be really interested in something like this. So I think we have a lot more allies than even you think.
Good.
All right. You can see he's feels a little bit lighter on the balls of his feet, like he's got a little bit more pep in his step. Not that he was down or bedraggled before, but like he's excited, it seems. And he starts arranging things behind the bar again, getting everything set up as if he needs to get his chore done before he can play. And obviously, in this case, play is the good work you want to do. As you're talking to Larry, as you're watching him, there's just this energy that comes off him. This energy that's so reminiscent of your days with Stheno, with the early days of activism before a lot of the weight of things set in. That build up to progress, that build up to movement. The planning was all well and good. Chloe was usually much better at that, but you always were eager to act. You were ready to act. You would follow the plan mostly, and try to be, helpful in that regard, but you were always ready for go time. And just something about that bounce in his step, the fact that he hasn't had those stones chained to his ankle before, not in the same way. The fact that he's never experienced drowning the way you have. It's kind of sweet. It reminds you of a bygone time. You see in him a part of you. Huh. Funny that. What is Jester feeling after this conversation with Larry?
I'm watching him with one of the few genuine smiles I've had in the last few weeks. Just reminiscing over that and wanting him to hold on to that energy for as long as he gets to, that optimism before the disappointment will come in. But knowing that it will happen, but as long as I'm here and his pack is here, we can help him through that disappointment as much as possible. And yeah, missing that, having that moment of nostalgia and missing those times. I'll actually pull out my phone and open the map that I'm pretty sure Jace has texted all us at this point. And I'll narrow in on one point to a reserve in the north where now almost 2 years ago I had to execute Leon and stare at that point, knowing I have to go back to that place and I haven't been back in so long.
Like I already said, Jace, not all the pieces are going to be good. Anyway, continue.
I just stare at it for a minute, but remembering Larry's words, this'll work. I just have to pull through the hard parts.
I'd like you to make one last roll for me, a wits and awareness.
Three successes?
As Larry is bopping about behind the bar with this renewed enthusiasm, he passes by this kind of mirrored surface behind the bar. And you see that he stops for a moment, kisses his fingers and presses it against something behind the bar. And as he moves away, you see that it's a photograph that is stuffed into the mirror, kind of like held up there. And there's stickers and photographs and stuff all over, but this one catches your eye with importance. And as you zero in on it, you see why. Because in the photo, there's a man who you've never recognized before, but you've probably seen other pictures of him about the bar. His dad, Buck, a little baby Larry, head full of dark black hair, but still maybe a year old. And then a woman with radiant red hair. His mom, who he talks about all the time, but has never been by the bar, who you've never seen. There's something about her face. Huh. Funny that. We now transition to our next scene. Jace and Izzie. I'm going to say it's been a couple of days, probably 3 or 4 days. But Jace, you're getting ready to go on your trip, and you've been trying to make sure everything's ready for you to go. You know that you have an important job, but so do they. Because you're not getting all the pieces yourself. You need to trust that they can get the pieces they know. Pieces that are close by, the pieces that are even attached to themselves. Now you've gone over some of the details of those places that Izzie recognized. He pointed out or gave you specific locations in those areas, but of course you could call to confirm if you needed to. But he asked an important question at the initial meeting. How do I do it? And in all the tumult since then, you haven't had a chance to explain. And now being most likely your last day in town before you hit the road with stakes, which I'm sure you're looking forward to. Now's your last chance. And sure, the others could have done it for him probably, but it's always better, like you said, if the one it's attached to does it themselves. And having one more person who knows how to do this, that's definitely not a bad thing, because there's a lot of ground to cover. You were even able to find out that there are shards in Gatorland and Disney World. So, as the two of you are in the cairn, the sun shining down, though the sound of distant thunder heralding another thunderstorm to sweep through the area, hopefully overnight, so that you can head out at first light and not get caught up in anything. The The scene is yours.
Jace will be having like a rucksack with him full of prepared like go meals from Eliza. They're in a bag as he's putting him, stacking them into another bag. Some much bigger, and obviously he's not gonna be able to eat them, but Steaks will. As he's getting every last bit that he can, making sure that he's not forgetting anything as far as materials that he's going to need on his trip when he turns to see Izzie.
As Izzie walks in, he's definitely been recuperating from the emotional fallout at the very least. And as a result, he's gotten that sleep back that he lost and is a lot more of his normal self, a lot more chipper as he sees the various traveling items Jason is currently accumulating. And upon making eye contact with him, will just sort of gently swish his way over and go, "Hey man, how you doing?"
Got a long road ahead.
That
Overall,
is an understatement.
Yeah, cross country, then back across.
And national boundaries.
Yeah, my travel companion's gonna, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Steaks will be fine heading south of the border, right?
Yeah, should be just fine. We'll make it work. Rats do as rats do. We'll just improvise.
Anything I can help with? I know you basically got everything I would pack.
I think I got all that. I just got a few things to wrap up, and he'll point to his knuckles.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So
sorry we didn't get to it at the I had a long night, and then I got a voice in my head from Turtle, and then I got all that laid on me, and then like an hour later I had the meeting, and I heard your question, and then immediately got pulled into like two other conversations. So I apologize.
Listen, I've been in both ends of the lake, right? I've been the one who stayed up extra late. I've been the one who's been woken up early. And though the person who's woken up early is often the crabbiest, the one who's probably the most tired is the one who's been up for extended hours. So I bequeath to you the oppression here. Still, though, that is a good question. I'm hoping now, amid your odyssey, to get that address before I bid you farewell. And also, I know I've gone over a number of the stories at this point, trying to point you in this way or that, but if you have any details or want to hear one in more detail, I can provide that as well.
That's not a bad idea. But first, let's take care of what's right there. You got your ring on you?
He will fidget around for a pocket and dig a little deep. He has to wiggle around his wallet and phone before... Aha!
First, don't lose that. I have extras. I've divvied them out. But if we get Piece of Charles in there and you lose it, it's not me you'll have to answer to. You'll have to deal with Jester. And I don't know how she would react if she found out that you personally lost a piece of him.
Yeah. I think we both know.
Correct. Did you wipe any of it off, or do we need to reapply?
I mean, I took a shower between then and now, so I get the feeling I'm about to be cursing. Should I use some of mine, or do you want to use your stash?
Go for it.
He will put the ring on maybe the center table before he flits through another pocket and pulls out not the full container that he was initially given, but a much smaller one, maybe like a almost like a glow stick plastic container. And as he pops the top on that, he will dab a little bit. Okay, we're gonna do some testing now, and we'll attempt to just sort of like, rather than the full streak, just do like a swish, swish, and then one at like the bridge of the nose. And as he begins crying. He hopes it's enough.
Give me a solid D10 roll. Just one.
4. Failure.
Not enough.
I think it's... No, that's just me seeing double. Okay. And he will go in for another dab and try to, like, bridge the gap between the marks.
Yeah, so as you fill it in a little bit more, your vision stings for a second, but starts to shift. And that's when you see almost like little smoky flames coming off of your hand. The wisps on your knuckles.
Okay. Step 1. I see them.
It's a big step. Okay, so this next part, you're going to commune with that part. You're going to talk to those wisps on your hand. There's a meaning there. Charles connected himself to your knuckles for a reason. He resonates with you through this point. I can no longer guide you as far as that any further. When it's connected to a person, it's got to be through an actual personal experience between you and him. I found that the overall understanding of why it's there helps with the communication, trying to get him into the ring. But talk to him like he's here, because he is. That part of him is here. Whatever this piece signifies is of Charles. So he's here. Just talk to him like he is. But it's up to you to find out why he's attached here.
And the ring is...
The ring, when you get to a point where you will attempt to convince this part of Charles to go into it.
So it'll act as a talisman, I guess?
In a way, there's spirit catchers, and the way that this one is different, it's surrounded by the iron. It's able to hold them in. You know that it's worked when it starts getting much colder. It'll actually become it'll drop in temperature as you hold it. At that point, one, you'll no longer see it on your hand, and that temperature will decrease.
Okay. I take it this is something you've experienced personally.
Yes, and now I've seen it done a few times now. So I wouldn't say I'm an expert by any means, but I'm above novice. So
Hey, let's have those who've had a piece of Charles scattered about and recollected raise their hand right now. Oh, would you look at that?
crazy.
All right.
But this next
So,
step is up to you.
do you mind if we do a little bit of relocating? It's only to the training field. I think, judging by where these are at, it might be a bit more conducive.
This is your journey. I'm more just showing you the overall path, but of course.
Yeah. Izzie begins walking the however long distance to the training field that Charles and Jester set up. And as he watches the various, like, training dummies and such glitter in the midday sun or whatever hour it's supposed to be, he will look down, see the wisps emanating from his hands, and Charles?
The strangest thing happens, and it's strange because Jace, you've been privy to and seen these happen before, and there was always kind of like a spectral quality to his voice, an echo, a resonance. This voice has none of that. If anything, it's a little flatter, a little more down. And there is no echo, as he says, Isidoro?
Izzie's eyes grow wide as all the talk of bringing Charles back, the affairs of his soul, have mostly been in the abstract, things told to him, but to experience it now, to feel a piece of his friend literally in his hands, makes him suddenly very careful as he goes, "Oh my God. Charles, are you... I don't know exactly what you're feeling right now or where you're at, but I promise you from here to Gaia, we're going to fix this, okay? We're going to get you back."
Well, I appreciate the sentiment, Isidoro. I am but a part of him. I am his regret. I failed you. I failed them. I thought I was being strong. I thought I was being what a leader needed to be, what a king needed to be. But I was forgetting that all of those things could also be a brother, a friend. If anything, it needed it. And all the things I bit back, all the things I wish I'd said. To know what it did to you, to them. To know what could have been prevented had I just said goodbye. Or had I just stayed. Or had I just said, "You're doing a good job, and I appreciate you, and I trust you, and I respect you." I knew you were going to be a great leader, but I didn't prepare you to be. Not the way I should have.
You didn't have to. I should have been better in some way. It's the kind of failure you can only look at when you failed. Like, if I was the Garu I am now back then, I don't think they would have died.
That was my job at Isidoro, was to make you the guru you are now. I didn't. I treated you like a subject, a soldier, a servant. I was Silverfang. Because I was prince. Heir. Because I was distracted. Isidoro, you were doomed to fail from the start. And it wasn't because of your doing, but because of mine. A part of you knew that. That's why you were so angry. And you were right to be. And you were distracted also. That's the lesson I taught you. To lose focus, to make choices, not out of tact and strength and wisdom and caring and unity, but out of blunt power and force. And a uncanny stoicism that makes me wonder how I had friends at all at the end. How anyone could put up with me.
It was a full-time job.
I have no doubt. Isidoro, I don't know what'll happen when all of this is over. When I am whole, or whatever is going to happen. But while I still get to be what I am, know that I never forgave myself for what happened to you, to them.
It's just our luck is our ruin, right? Sacrifice.
Shouldn't be.
No, it shouldn't, but it is. So even if you come back, and Gaia's rage doesn't flow through you, I'm just going to be happy to have you. Whether or not you're barking orders or... I just want you this time. This time, please. To know that when people look out for you, they care about you more than the blonde in your hair. The strength in your muscles, okay? And that when they talk to you, that they are trying to figure out how they can help you, okay?
Isidoro, I would like you to roll for me.
What would you like me to
Charisma
roll?
or manipulation, and persuasion or leadership.
I have team dynamics and leadership. Would that apply?
Sure. I'll let it
Okay.
apply for this.
And I assume rage is at what? 2?
I think 2 now. Yeah, 2 seems reasonable, as you're having to relive all those memories of all the bad things that happened.
Roger, roger. I'm going to burn a willpower. Okay. That is 3.
Okay. As you pour your heart into this statement, as you almost plead with this wisp, but really with the whole of him, just be him, to return as him. You feel your knuckles tingle as the wisp moves towards the ring. But unlike before, when it would just enter into the ring immediately, it pauses. And if smoke could look in a direction, if wisps could have eyes and intention, it says one last thing to you, Izzie. There was never a time that I wasn't sorry. Even the times I didn't say it. And then it just dissipates as it makes contact with the ring, and the ring grows cold to the touch.
as soon as the wisps finish settling into the ring. He will look down at it before plucking it up again, feeling the chill against his fingertips and holding it out in the direction of Jason.
Well done. This is a small step in gathering the rest of the pieces, though.
Do I have to do this every time? Because I'm going to need tissues or something.
It's hard to say. Everyone's experience so far has been different. I wish I had a status quo that I could just base all of these on. But just like how the world is not simple, nor was Charles. He's a very, very complicated individual. So each piece of him is going to have that within. But you did well. And those regrets that you have about if you were the guru now to them. You're the guru you are now because of what happened. If you had different experiences with that previous pack, the Izzie standing before me would not be the same. Or this Izzie might not even be here. Who knows what would be going on. So this version of you is because of everything in the past. It made you into this outstanding guru who cares so much about everyone, who will take on the burdens of every single person, pushing aside theirs, just so they don't have to feel them.
You're very kind, Jason. You know that?
I have my moments. Don't get used to them. Well, I'll be gone for a bit, so you don't have to.
I know I get to load up all the compliments now, and you get to carry them on your journey.
Yeah, and I can just brush them off too. I'm glad that you were able to figure this out, though, because there are a lot here.
I'll do what I can. I don't know what exactly Charles might have grown attached to in this area, but if he's as I know him, then I think not just me, but everyone in this pack will be able to disentangle the shards and get ourselves a full Garu again before you get back.
Guru aspect might be a bit lacking, but we'll at least have Charles.
Yeah. On that note, got your trip planned? I know I've already made a couple of landmark suggestions, but did you have any questions about this or that?
Your previous pack, from what I understand, the dynamic itself, Charles was in charge, and there's a few different areas that you guys hit, but what was your main objective there?
As a pack, or?
Yeah. Like, what was your job? What was your mission that you were given?
Depended on the day.
Fair.
If I were to sell us highly, it would be to defend Gaia, combat the worm wherever it dwells, and all that. But in practice, and God knows everyone in the pack knew by the end, we were there to ensure that Charles had a good legacy to stand up on. Because, like us, we were still young. We did not have a lot of experience as Garu. And to go from point A to point B needs some distance. It just so happened in Charles' case, his point A was Child of Destiny, and his point B is being king? Not anymore, I don't know, but he needed a lot of space between those two. And so myself and the rest of the Piercing Moonrise pack, we were there to provide that narrative. to support him and be directed by him. Each of us were pulled from our tribes and auspices specifically to paint the picture of a future king. That's the long and short of the Piercing Moonrise Pack.
Is there any failures that happened? Anything that didn't work out in your guys' favor?
There were a couple. Some of it was minor. Personality differences, mainly, but... And you know Charles. And although I still can't imagine him being stripped of his tribe, he was a Silverfang. You know, in that way. And our resident Shadow Lord, she was not... She kept old grievances alive. And it made for some very interesting nights. But at least as far as failures go, I think some of the group dynamics suffered a lot because of that. And at times it felt like people were arguing just to argue. Past that...
I was just going to say, Silverfangs just being Silverfangs arguing with people. That makes sense.
Yeah, but for Rabia, she felt like the pack was there because her destiny was to usurp it.
Oh.
To show up the Silverfang.
Okay. That might come up. I'll be sure to give you a call if I get to a spot and Charles is being extra stubborn. I'll drop you a ping of where exactly I'm at and kind of go from there. But I do, the insight you've given so far is going to be very helpful. Just while I'm gone, make sure you keep a close eye on everyone here.
Are you telling the Wormfoe to keep an eye on the Sept?
I'm more just giving a friendly suggestion.
Ah, then I shall accept it.
My ears are good, but not multiple states across good.
It's always a pleasure to talk with you, Jason. I hope you have a good time in your journey. And hopefully you and Stakes or Claim can be cordial.
Oh, we'll be fine. Stakes and I have an understanding. I had a chat with them recently about what happened with the cult, and we're on good terms. And with her coming clean about everything, and I don't harbor any ill will towards them.
I just hope whatever minor grievances arise don't make for 2 terrible nights sleeping next to one another.
I can just move somewhere else, and if that stink gets too bad, pretty sure I can just spray her down with something and just really piss her off.
So as you have accomplished the last real thing you needed to accomplish, Jace, preparing to set off, I'd like to ask both of you what your thoughts are departing this encounter. Jason, we'll start with you, and then Izzie.
His confidence that now that Izzie has performed it and was able to have it successful, it sets almost that sense of ease, but the voice being different. Why? Like, was it due to the overall emotion that was with it? Is it because it was attached to Izzie? There's aspects within that he's wondering if that's going to come up on his journeys. Is he going to get into these points with Charles where he's going to get these elicited emotions, and he's going to have to try and decipher where they're coming from, why they're attached to these parts? he loves a good mystery. So that part he's a little excited about. And he has Stakes, and Stakes has a way of looking at things from a perspective that Jace does not. And that's of a lupus born. They see things very simplistically, where Jace is constantly calculating, trying to figure things out. That extra mindset of a lupus born might be able to pave over some of the areas where Jace would find himself lacking. But he's confident that he's leaving the pack in the best condition he can. The rings have been distributed. The ashes have been given out. The sept itself knows what they need to do while he goes out to pick up the last pieces outside of the area.
Easy to talk about it like it's some small task, the last pieces, but really it's the lion's share of Charles's history. But Izzie, what are you thinking?
Izzie always enjoys speaking with Jason when things are not so dire. And especially after the leadership position, being alone with the Vermont activity with Jester and Aspen gone, there was a brief air where he was a little bit nervous that maybe a bunch of that period was still lingering, but having chatted with Jason, Izzie is back to sort of like hopeful. And even with the declaration of him now going away, he knows that at least Jason has this covered. He's not even worried about it for the most part. And then he thinks more to himself about how the fists, the things that he was ready to throw when he first rolled into the sept, were the source of Charles's regret. And how he really feels far too similar to Charles in that regard, where the only thing to do was to die. To live with regret or die. The Arun way. And yet, he feels like if this regret is going to be a part of Charles, the regret itself is not the problem. It's what you're going to do with it. And as he looks at the map of the wider Tampa area, he begins looking at the various pieces dotted here and there and thinks, well, I know the old Charles, the Charles before. And I'm going to need a lot of people to help me fill in the blanks on what these new touchstone fragments are going to be. And if Jason feels confident in my abilities, I guess I'm going to be the guy who's going to handle this. And he feels as comfortable as he can in the spiritual aspect of this as he heads off with his new mission.
All right. So, Jason, as you gather the last of your things, prepared to meet up with Stakes and hit the road the next day, you get a ping on your phone as a text message comes in. And as you see the text message, you see it's from Suni. And you open it up and it says, something to keep you warm on those cold, lonely nights in the forest, you perv. And then there is a very alluring photo of her, a selfie.
Keep me nice and warm. You'll put that away real quick before getting into the vehicle.
And heading off on a grand adventure in a very perilous nation. We transition now to our final scene of the evening. Aspen, in all of the craziness that's happened since you returned, there's one bit of unfinished business you meant to tend to, which is checking in with Matthias to see how he's done, how he's recovered from having Hashugut purged from him after at least a year. Now, from what you heard, Jordan was fine. But Jordan wasn't Guru. Jordan was a Fomori and a human. a guru being subject to a worm spirit who you're not entirely certain isn't corrupted, isn't the bad kind of worm, no matter how much you've been told, has had you nervous. Maybe subconsciously even avoiding this conversation or this check-in for fear that it's going to be worse than it was. That Matthias isn't well. He's broken. That he's... who knows? So as you arrive at the hotel that you know he's been staying in, as you head up the elevator, you have to remind yourself not to hold your breath at that point where it starts to sting and you're like, oh crap, I'm not breathing. This is not good. The elevator stops. Head to the apartment. What do you do?
Aspen is really nervous at the moment, not knowing what she's about to walk into. Also, a little bit of guilt and letting it linger that long without realizing, but also even afterwards, not being here to help, not being able to help because of her situation with Hashugut. She's wringing at the edges of her dress that she's wearing, almost instinctively trying to wipe the cold sweat from her palms. And she wrings her hands and knocks.
After a moment, the door opens and you see Matthias standing there, partially dressed in his suit. His shirt's not completely buttoned up, and it looks like he has a tie that he's ready to tie around his neck. And he goes, Aspen, good, come in. Turns and steps away from the door.
Thank you.
As you walk in, you can see that he looks like he's getting ready to go out and do something. And he says, I had a few points that I wanted to bring up with you, if you're willing at the moment.
How are you?
Fine. I was feeling under the weather for a few days, but I'm fine. So, what I wanted to talk about, I think it's time that we stop coddling the hellhounds and move them out of the pack house and get them to try and spread their wings a little bit more. I think that they need to find roots in the city, perhaps even consider getting jobs and settle in. Also, I think we should talk about a potential trip, you and I, to Vermont to speak with the king about all of what we're doing here. They're going to be very curious as to the matter. Also, we need to start investigating Piney Point, because that seems to be a growing concern.
Matthias, you should sit down.
Aspen, I know we have our chats, but we have property to purchase, and I've been trying to call Charles, but getting no response. Perhaps it's because I'm using the landline. I lost my cell phone.
Matthias, what day do you think it is?
He gives you one of those really looks. January 2025. I believe it's the 14th.
Really,
Right.
you should sit down.
Are you feeling all right?
Matthias, it's July of 2026.
He rolls his eyes as he sits down. Very funny, Aspen.
I've never been good at jokes for the most part, and she'll pull out her phone and slide it over, and her lock screen says July 2026.
His brow furrows as he looks at it. That doesn't make any sense.
You have no inkling of anything between then and now?
Oh, like I said, I woke up the other day feeling unwell. Decided to stay in bed for a few days. Not used to feeling sick in that regard, but better not to take any chances.
She wrings her hands again. You were... There's no easy way to say this. You were possessed for over a year by... Do you remember Hashugut and Lucas?
Lucas, yes, he was very helpful in helping acquire the docks. Although he thought we were working with the vampires, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, he had a worm spirit attached to him, and when we opened the cairn, he was kind of pushed out of Lucas, and he has a vendetta against me for that, and he got to me through you. And you have been not yourself for quite some time now.
Aspen, I'm pretty sure I would know if I was possessed by a spirit or if one was trying to get to me. I've dealt with Banes before. I'm not new to this.
I have no reason to lie to you, Matthias.
No, you don't. You can see he is actually starting to get a little bit anxious as well as he starts kind of wringing his hands. But remember, I felt it happening. Been able to protect against it, and Lucas, he was up to no good. He must have been. He just trails off.
It's hard to remember the events of everything. Lucas is gone. He's been gone for quite some time. After dealing with the werebat and white bat and oh, I don't even know where to begin. Piney Point has been taken care of for a while.
How much have I missed, Aspen?
A lot. You've missed a lot, Matthias.
Remember, I was having the most terrible dream. Thought it was perhaps a fever dream after I woke up not feeling so well. And just remembered doing things that I would never do. Didn't make sense at the time, and I thought it must have just been a nightmare, and I dismissed it as such, and where is Charles? He should be able to explain some of this.
Charles is dead. We Iron Oath came for Charles to bring him back to be king. Artie and Jester and I went to see if we could do anything about it. To convince the people to do something different. It all doesn't matter. We were making some progress, and the Black Spiral Dancers and Jajak came in and killed the king and a lot of people in that court. And there's a few of them here now, but in all of it, she killed Charles.
I have to hand it to you. You had me going there. That was very Jacques.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I wish I was. I wish I was lying more than anything in the world, but I'm not lying.
And the dreams. The dream of me calling them, telling them to come get him, telling him he was ready. And you see him sink further back into his chair as you're watching a story unfold on his face and in his eyes. Fenris. They're here. They know where you are. They know everything.
Yeah. They came back as well. And, we're hoping to take care of it. We're working to take care of it. But yeah, they're here as well.
The vampires, they know what hurts us. They know what they can do.
What do you mean?
One of the dreams, I was meeting with Edward Bateman, and I was telling him everything about vampires and werewolves and how werewolves were weak to certain things like fire and silver and Charles is dead.
Charles is dead, but we have a plan to maybe bring him back. There's pieces of him all over, and Turtle is trying to bring him back. She reaches into her purse, and we have a way to potentially bring him back.
Aspen, roll me a wits and insight.
What rage am I?
I'd say at least a 2, but if you think it'd be more...
I'm gonna probably go to a 3.
Okay.
After the vampire stuff. That's 6 with a crit.
They say it comes on slowly. That it's not something you see, but it's something that just happens over time. That slow downward fall from up high. That something in you just breaks. And it just sucks everything out of you. The fight, the caring, the drive, the wolf. But as the reality hits, the things he's done, the consequences of those things, that he wasn't strong enough to resist, that he wasn't able to stop all of the bad things that he caused to happen. Matthias breaks and goes to Hirano 5. The wolf just draining out of him as he slumps back in the chair, 1,000-yard stare. Aspen, I'm sorry.
No. She grabs his hand. We can fix it. It's okay. We can fix it. It'll be okay. It's all right.
No, it's not. Don't you see? There's no fixing it. They won.
Listen, they haven't won. Nobody's won. It's all, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out, and it's gonna be okay. I need you to be okay. I really, really need you to be okay.
I don't know if I can. Not after this. My family is dead. Our future is dead.
No, it's not dead. We're still fighting it. Everything that you believed in, everything that we believe in, everything that you have instilled in me to believe is still here. We're still fighting for it. And there's people here still. Like there's Katerina and Brother Varga and Anastasia and Elias. There's people still here, and we're still working, and we're still moving forward. Everything you've taught me is to keep moving forward, to keep trying, to keep doing this. We're gonna be okay.
Zizek is coming. She will devour the world. You should run as far and for as long as you can.
We can't, Matthias. We have to keep trying. You have to keep trying. We all have to keep trying.
I don't have it in me anymore, Aspen. I tried to fight this for as long as I could, and what's the point anymore?
No, listen, we're gonna get back Charles, and we're gonna get people to work together. We're gonna get the Guru to work together, and it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, Matthias. And she just shakily puts her hand into the jar that Jace gave her, and she wipes it across her eyes and wipes it across his eyes. Maybe there's a way you can help. Maybe there's something here. Maybe there's, I don't know, but we can still do this.
Aspen, I lost a year doing damage to everything you've built. How am I supposed to live with that? And as you tearfully spread the ash across your eyes, it's just in time to see a white glowing figure with a sickle rend through Matthias's chest, tearing a shard out from his chest. Attached to the sickle. Before slowly dissipating. There is no hope. There is no meaning. There is only the end. This is where our story comes to a close this evening, but not without two final scenes. Our first scene takes us to a campground outside the eastern border of Tampa, far outside, where wolves prowl and spar with one another, snapping and swiping and circling, keeping their claws sharp, keeping their senses honed. We move through this army of guru and man alike to a trailer. We're at the trailer door. Stands Victoria pounding on the door. Brandon! Or I'm sorry, Plato. The door opens, and in the doorway stands the man with the silver-streaked brown hair and beard. What is it now, Victoria? We are getting sick of waiting. We want to move. When do we get to move? Told you. That's Ethan's purview. He made the deal. You take it up with him. Well, yeah, but nobody's seen him in weeks. He's doing his fucking, I don't know, old Shadow Lord disappearing act or some bullshit. He'll be back. He always comes back. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Killing vampires and staying here when you're not. When he's done playing his games, we'll move. And I will get what's been coming to me this whole fucking time. Victoria, as she sees Plato, also known as Brandon, start to bristle and stare at her, actually cows a little bit, backing down from the elder Fenris, who has fire in his eyes, vengeance in his heart, and a pit in his soul he's been unable to fill since they all died. And in our last scene, across the country, from one side to the other in a straight diagonal, as we end up in Washington, where we see the long red-haired man known as Duncan Vanderkamp moving through his cairn, when a young pup comes running up, a somewhat still bright-eyed and bushy-tailed young guru, one that likely hasn't been part of this society for more than 6 months or so. Duncan, I have news. All right, what is it? The king is dead. What? How? Where did you get this? Spreading everywhere like wildfire. What happened? It's the heretics, Duncan. They murdered the king. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody for watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media. Join our community by following that Discord link and sign up for the Ko-fi because you like us. You really, really like us. And for as low as $5 a month, you get access to all the behind the scenes features, including the Rosebud Thorns for this very session, plus some more exciting new things coming our way. So just go sign up for it already. It's $5 a month. It's not that terrible. You can skip. I don't think you can even get a McDonald's meal for $5 a month anymore. So less than a McDonald's meal, man. Just go do it. It means the most to this program, this channel, and this community, and we appreciate you so very much. Coming up this week, we have a new episode of Hellhounds, where rumor has it they're journeying into the Shadowlands to retrieve that piece, or several growing pieces, of Charles's spirit. And then on Sunday, we have Red Tide Rising, where the Coterie goes to Elysium to face off with Prince Edward Bateman. And then we'll be back next week with a brand new episode of Rage Across Tampa. So stay tuned for all of that. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.